My family, the Yagami clan, once reigned supreme. Its legacy entwined with the eternal symbol of fire. But fire alone does not define its power. Beneath the radiant glow lay a secret, a shadow unseen by the eyes of the world. On the day when the flames of our clan were extinguished, my elder brother chose the path of silence, bearing the weight alone. But I swore to fight back. Why did you do this? The fire blazes with light, but the shadow fuels the fight. My family, the Yagami clan, once reigned supreme. Its legacy entwined with the eternal symbol of fire. But fire alone does not define its power. Beneath the radiant glow lay a secret, a shadow unseen by the eyes of the world. On the day when the flames of our clan were extinguished, my elder brother chose the path of silence, bearing the weight alone. But I swore to fight back. Why did you do this? The fire blazes with light, but the shadow fuels the fight. My family, the Yagami clan, once reigned supreme. Its legacy entwined with the eternal symbol of fire. But fire alone does not define its power. Beneath the radiant glow lay a secret, a shadow unseen by the eyes of the world. On the day when the flames of our clan were extinguished, my elder brother chose the path of silence, bearing the weight alone. But I swore to fight back.
Why did you do this?
The fire blazes with light, but the shadow fuels the fight.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 fall season. Today is the first day of Phase 2, and for the next 3 weeks, each and every single Battle Royale day, we will send the top team to the grand finals. I am the Mustachio AJ, and joining me on the desk today is the one and only Danley.
It's gonna be so fire today, AJ, because we get to see all of our favorite teams playing again, and I think we all like seeing these day one play days because you really don't know what to expect in these matches. Like, sure, like, hey, yes, lots of familiar faces, you know they're good, but sometimes people like to spice things up on day number one, so hopefully we get something extra spicy, extra chilly, extra hot.
Absolutely. And of course, this broadcast is brought to you by Red Bull. Red Bull Zinc and Vitamin from Thailand is supplemented with Zinc B3 as well as B6, featuring a mild taste that helps players stay highly focused and seize every opportunity to achieve stylish booyah victories each and every single game out there. And today, those booyahs may not be as important, but of course, they do score you some extra points as opposed to that second spot. And you do want to be on that number one spot by the end of the day so that you can earn yourself a decent break before the grand finals, Danny.
Yes. Now we do have our top 3 rankings. Now, AJ kind of approaches this differently. You feel these are the top 3 performing teams for today?
Yeah, absolutely. I think these top 3 teams are most definitely going to go out there. We're going to see a couple of booyahs from them, a WAG for sure. But, you know, I can't really count on just one of these teams out of Vietnam, right? We have got a couple out there. But, you know, you think Buriram's going to perform today? I think Buriram's going to give us the pleasure of seeing them play a couple of more times before they find a qualifier into the grand finals. So, yeah, I think today is just not the day. But I would love to see something special from them, though.
Yeah, so I placed them on here. I feel like it was slightly influenced by their play day for Clash Squad because I was able to sort of cover that game with passion. I mean, I know it's not normal Free Fire, but they look so on point during their Clash Squad days. So I feel like I wouldn't be surprised if they accidentally rank first. But then again, it's a different day and it's a different game mode as well. So who knows? Maybe Buriram they just decide we're gonna hang back because we've seen what happened before, right? Buriram, unfortunately, they have this illness, I want to say, where if they perform too well, everybody targets them because they've just, for so many years, they've been the team to look out for, and unfortunately, it's just a curse that's kind of chased them even until now. And I feel like I feel bad for them sometimes because it's quite tough to play a game like a battle royale if everybody looks to you if you perform a little bit too well in some of your games.
Yeah, everybody wants to target them, obviously, because there's so much of money on the table, right? $100,000 for the champions. That's not even the whole prize pool. The winner, the number one spot grabber, walks away with $100K USD solid. And this is the tournament timeline. We've already completed phase 1 of our competition, and now comes phase 2. And this is exactly what you're going to see today and tomorrow. That's week 3, week 4, as well as week 5. 3 weeks in total, a total of 6 play days. Each and every single Battle Royale day, we will have the top team qualifying for the grand finals. And this is the detailed breakdown of that.
Yeah, so this is the detailed breakdown of the knockout stage. So at the moment, we are still currently here. We're not even close to the last chance, the final grand final. We're just sort of trying to figure out who is going to even reach that last chance stage. And obviously, grand finals, that is where you want to be. But only 12 teams are going to make it through. So you're going to have to work really, really hard if you want to make it to the grand final, especially if you are a team that unfortunately can't qualify in those earlier weeks. So lots of stuff to do, lots of games to watch as well, folks. So make sure you always come back every week because we have plenty of Free Fire for you. Point system, pretty standard across the board. The same points we've used for over the past 3-4 years. Elimination points will score you 1 per elimination, 12 for our Booyah team, and then 9, 8, 7. And as you go down, unfortunately, if you rank bottom 2 in your round, you end the round with no points at all, which is where you don't want to be in your matches. But AJ, break down our tiebreaker rules here, because in the case that we do have some teams tying, what's the priority here?
Well, this is the tiebreaker in the following order. We look at the number of booyahs first, followed by the total eliminations, and if that fails, we look at the survival rank of the final round, and obviously that is not going to fail us. We're definitely going to see someone rank higher, and as the seasons go by, we're getting closer and closer to all of these tiebreakers because these teams are catching up to each other. And of course, the game has been balanced pretty well now. And top of everything else, you can't really spam all of those powerful active skills. Now we've got the one unique active skill rule. Each and every single player in the squad needs to use a unique active skill. And that basically means no more double, triple, quadruple Tatsuyas out there.
Yeah, I'm very glad this rule was added in because it adds a lot more variety to our Free Fire games. And I feel like it's an extra layer of skill as well because it's not just a case of like, oh, we all pick the most broken skill in the entire game. We do have to put a little bit more thought into the active skills that we do use. Our grand final format, obviously we're not at the grand finals yet, but just a quick rundown of how things are going to be. We do have our Champions Rush first. So team with 80 points, and then once Champions Rush is active for a team, a booyah will secure you the entire thing. But we're still quite a ways away from that, but just so you guys know what the format is going to be for the grand finals. But today's team list, AJ, who are we looking at for our teams?
Well, Thailand has got their squad stacked in there. 5 teams out of Thailand. You've got Falcons, Buriram, Pharaohs, AGAL, as well as Virtus Pro. We've got a couple of representatives here from the side of Indonesia as well. In fact, 3 of them. EVOS Divine, RRQ, as well as Bigatron by Vitality. Vietnam has got 3 representatives here. I figured WAG was going to perform decently well, but we cannot put aside teams like P Esports. But of course, going down to the detailed team lineup here, I think RRQ has been sharpening their skills for a long time now, and this roster has kind of gotten stronger and stronger over the seasons. 18 Deer, one of the more recent additions, hasn't really been able to step up just yet, but when this guy shines, you know he'll be able to clutch out those situations.
Yeah, we actually did see 18 Deer pull out a couple of really awesome plays during Clash Squad, so there is a very good chance he's going to be able to pull out those moves in Battle Royale as well.
Except against Kagendra, of course.
I was so, honestly, AJ, I was so confused in that matchup because I think a lot of us expected it was going to be a 2-0. Sorry to Kagendra fans, but I think that was the realistic expectation. But then for Kagendra to come back in and take that series 2-1 over RRQ, that's actually the main reason why I did not put them in my #1 prediction. I kind of think like they'll be a top performer, but I have a feeling they might struggle in today's games because, like classically speaking, anyone that performs really well in Phase 1 is typically going to have a pretty rough Phase 2 because all of a sudden, just like Buriram, they have that target on their forehead. So teams are either going to be avoiding them like the plague, or they might get hot dropped. And I kind of want to pull back some memories from EWC where RRQ, they, in the situations where they got hot dropped or targeted by teams, they really struggled. Like really struggled as a team. So if they haven't polished up their preparedness for potentially being rushed by other teams, I kind of feel like they're going to suffer from that in today's games, especially with who's playing.
Yeah, Champion Rush hasn't really been the kindest of rules to RRQ ever since it got introduced. They have gotten so close so many times, but they've never been able to close out any competition. This time around, in the group stage, they've ranked at #1 spot with the most number of booyahs to their side, a total of 6 to their name, and no other team has come close to that, right? The closest one is from Vietnam, WAG, with the 4 booyahs to their name. Team Flash as well, another one from Vietnam. But of course, Flash was nowhere close to the top 12. In the overall grand scheme of things, Team Flash, Heavy, Onyx, Kagendra, Expand, as well as Magna, these are the bottom 6 teams that are not going to be in play today. And the rest of them, though, they do get to compete for that #1 spot. Once again, here in Phase 2, today's day 1 of Phase 2, that #1 team for the next 6 days of Battle Royale games will be qualifying directly to the Grand Finals. And the last season, in spring, we saw RRQ grab that first day qualifier in itself. What's to say history is not going to repeat itself once again, but of course, just because you qualify early doesn't mean the championship opens up for you instantaneously.
Yeah, and actually, AJ, I kind of want to sort of bring that up as a talking point. Would you want to be one of the first teams to qualify. Because if you qualify first, that means you're kind of sitting on the sidelines for the remainder of the tournament. And wouldn't you kind of want to continue to play, to continue to polish up your team, your coordination? Like I'd consider these like really great quality scrims on top of what they're doing behind the scenes.
Yeah, I think it really depends on who's the team that's going to find that early qualifier. If you're one of the top flight teams who are very proficient in finding the engagements and elimination points, teams like RRQ, Falcons, Buriram, you don't need to break a sweat with an early qualifier because that will really suit you well. You can just sit back and watch the movements of the other teams, do a lot of homework, do a lot of analysis, and then in the grand finals, you're just going to be whooping them left, right, center. You know exactly where to take the drops. You know their rotations in and out. So that's really going to fare well for you. But if you're one of those teams that's not so proficient in those gunfights, you don't want to find an early qualifier here. So by chance, if you end up getting that number one spot by the end of the day, see, for example, Expand, well, they're not playing today. If Toda ends up getting that number one spot, I think that's going to be a huge miss because the Malaysian teams definitely need to sharpen up their skills, especially when it comes to the gunfights and finding that final circle, finding those booyahs. So that'll be a huge loss. So if you're a top flight team, absolutely yes. If you're one of those who are catching up, maybe not.
Now, which team is going to get the most eliminations, folks? I kind of want you to sort of guess in the chat as well, because the losing team has to do the Jaguar dance while wearing the loser headband. Yeah, that's gonna be a moment, AJ. So.
I mean,
thank goodness it's not us. Oh my gosh, if we got the wrong predictions, we had to start dancing. Yeah, I think we have to start closing the broadcast.
It is what it is, all right? I mean, this is what we live for. Just some laughs before we end the day. But this is the game schedule for the day. We start things off at the good old Kalahari. Everybody is very familiar with this map. The Snipers are going to have a field day. We head on into next hour for Game 2, Bermuda Purgatory for Games 3 and 4, Alpine and Solara for Games 5 and 6. And this is great because Solara is the map that many teams have not found mastery on just yet. And obviously, Buriram is going to be looking forward to that very final game. They have fared pretty well on that map in this season, but I think it's still open for anyone staking out there. So it's great that Solara is kept for the very last. Let's see exactly how teams build up on this momentum. So Indonesian teams are going to have a good start here today.
Yes, Kalahari. This is the signature map for the region. The region just plays this map amazingly. Like, I think if you want to scrim against a team on Kalahari, I think you start messaging the Indonesians and be like, hey bro, can we play some games on Kalahari? You're probably going to kick our butts, but we need the practice. And sometimes you kind of have to have a team just destroy you on one map for you to figure out, like, okay, what's the strategy? What works? What doesn't? Why is this region so good on this map? But we are going to be flying in here for game number 1, folks, for the knockout stage. And we're not starting too hot yet. We're not quite seeing any teams go for any major hot drop. So I think we're going to have a quiet start, unless Refinery is not going to be this point of contention today. Okay.
Yeah, very standard refinery drop coming through here for the side of RRQ. Setting out 18 DA as well as an insurance policy, but it's not going to have to worry too much. Very easy rotation as well with all of those zip lines back onto the platforms to jump back in with his brothers. But for the time being, a great looting opportunity for one of the strongest team, if not the strongest team here on Kalahari, RRQ, who have got the most number of points collected on this map with 2 booyahs to their name.
Yeah, so I wonder what the plan is here for all of our top teams. Would they want to kind of avoid RRQ? Because to be fair, it's not just RRQ that's really great on Kalahari. A lot of our top performing teams generally do really well on this map too. So they can also snipe away a Kalahari themselves. But with how quiet things are, I think I would be a little bit concerned because that means everybody is going to loot up. So I guess it depends on where that circle is going to be. But RRQ, I mean, they get the first blood onto Dian from GOW. So I don't think that's a good sign for everyone else in this lobby.
Yeah, so they've just got a hit list on him. So they don't know exactly who they've got a hit list on. They just know that there is somebody in the vicinity because recently the hit list got nerfed. So the range of detection just kind of got lessened, right? So you know now there's somebody in a very close proximity to you. So they could go out hunting here. And obviously, if you've got the coda on your side, if you've got the clue on your side, you can, click on it real quickly. You can see Wasana's running that as the active skill card. But It is going to be Esports that catches sight of Bigatron by Vitality and not taking too long at all to fire those shots. But Nero bleeding out on the ground. One very dangerous with the AWM. Nolan with the backup, and the Trogon does get the shot in there. But with the time turner, very quickly undoing his presence with the Trogon. Allen gets the counter and instantly backs away. Bigatron left with 2 players here.
Really awkward position for Bigatron too, because they're the ones on the ground and PE have the high ground advantage. But now it's going to be Boomerang fighting into another team themselves. It's going to be Todak who just want to get out of this fight. You can tell they do not want to engage. They're just trying to go for the jukes. They're trying to block off the entry points. But I kind of feel like they're setting themselves up to just be taken out all at once.
A beautiful play here by Wasana. Gets pressured by the Riptide Rhythm and then Ice Grenade all on his own. Precious 3 players, but the rest of his team members not close enough for that backup. Get high, a little too slow to the party, but still very accurate on the M590 shots. Gets the quick sneak in and out of nowhere. Gets a double down. And Jonah bleeding out on the ground, but they do not need to worry at all because Get High is getting the job done all on his own. Needs to hurry up now. Breaks down the glue wall. Riptide Rhythm from afar helps the squad out. And Moshi, the demon, will single-handedly play a role there with his Skylar, helping out Get High as well as Jonah, sending in those shots. And that was just an unfortunate engagement from the Malaysian squad.
Well, what's even worse, AJ, is that we did not see this on the screen, but EVOS have already been eliminated from the round, which we don't even know what happened over there, unfortunately. But off to a horrible start for our EWC champions. We'll have to figure out what happened later on as GOW are ready to fight into Falcons. Pina going to be leading the charge here for the team. But GOW, they have gone for a bit of a split. They've got a 2-2 split, 2 up front, 2 out back. Now, I am a bit concerned because if you lose your 2 front runners, you don't really have a way to be able to pick them up. So we'll see if GOW can find a way in. But On Fire wants to start firing himself. He does not get the 1 tap. He's going to keep on going into Dian. But Nero's been caught.
Oi, what is he doing? On Fire needed to go in there for the shot. Had a moment of lag, but Pina's here for the backup. And On Fire with that follow-up will be able to shut down Dian. Great time turner by Dian, though, just to pull away a point for the squad, taking Kororo out of the equation. But Falcons will very quickly recover from that situation. And GOW still holding on to their own as well. They haven't been eliminated just yet.
Yeah, the 2-2 split really paying off for the team there. So, changing perspectives here, folks, to RRQ, who have still stuck to Refinery, just trying to find anybody. But at this point, I think you're just kind of camping out, trying to figure out where that circle is going to be and to determine where you sort of want to move as a team. Because, yeah, they just haven't been successful in scouting. AGAL, moving as a group themselves, not really in the vicinity of anyone aside from maybe PE Sports, but PE Sports they're surrounded by GOW and Cougar. I mean, apparently the cat beats the dog in this situation, although this is not a dog, this is a PE Sports.
I don't even know. What animal is that? Is that Cougar?
I think it's a Cougar. Well, oh, wow, I guess you have a player named Cougar, you have the logo Cougar. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, but of course, Farah has been doing very, very decent in this season. 2 booyahs to their name. Not too bad of a run in the group stages. Managing to climb up all the way to the 5th spot with a total of 304 points just behind WAG. And that is, if you ask me, very, very impressive for the team that used to be known as Core Memory. But, you know, going back a little bit to that engagement between Buriram and Toda, I was just so surprised that Toda did not react to that situation at all. This is not the same Toda that we saw earning their spot here to play early in Phase 2 because they just looked so lost in that engagement. I mean, there were many opportunities for them to react. They could have taken down Wasana. The Riptide Rhythm was used, but Wasana very easily just used his Rebel Rush with the Tatsuya, got away, and pressured 3 players with the Deep Freeze. And there was just no response from them at all. And then they just waited for Get High to show up and wreck them.
Yeah. I mean, I guess if we try to look at it through their perspective, Cougar's been caught out there by Lauho. Great sniping there from PE Esports. But Cougar will be able to get himself back up. And they have revealed their position. Although they still have 1 player scouting things out here. Nero. He can see them, and they've got to be careful because Nero's doing a really great job just sort of keeping eyes on PR here. So PR, if they do decide to go down, they need to figure out a way to somehow get down without being caught out by PE.
Yeah, great positioning overall from PE Esports. So if anything does go south here for Nero, a very quick revival can come on through. The rest of the players can very quickly disengage as well from that situation. But AGAL setting themselves up for a battle here up against WAG. WAG has the better defensive spot. AGAL all piled up into a tiny little spot. A couple of grenades could have wrecked them instantly, but it's Barros that's cooking up that nade, and WAG knows exactly what's up. They back away from that window, not camping in a tight little spot, trying to catch out Cypher X-Ball with the AC-80 almost, but just gets a few clips on them.
Oh, and I think WEG, they're kind of panicking now because unfortunately they didn't manage to catch anyone during that initial grab. They will have to pick up Cyrus here, who is on the ground. But I think WEG, because they didn't get the initial clips, they might actually just be taken out here. AGAL, aggressive play already. Oh, but Bigatron's here too.
Bigatron just appearing out of nowhere. Dew has chosen to stay out of this fight. He's probably going to be the final survivor here if things do go south. And AGAL, they instantly back away. And that's all thanks to the information given by Dew, who was watching from afar. He saw the Bigatron players come in here for a hot drop. And he calls his team off of the fight instantly. But WAG getting a long-range snipe, taking Dew out of the equation. Now the information giver has been shut down, and AGL is in a pickle. And RRQ chooses to join this party as well. What is going on?
Hey, RRQ have not got any eliminations to their name, so if you hear action, I think you just jump right into it, AJ. So RRQ, I mean, if they can be that third, fourth party, I think they're gonna be super happy. I mean, VP, if they can hear this as well, maybe they even consider trying to jump into this. We do see the monster truck being deployed to the side. AGAL though, gonna be using that vending machine there for Barros for the team. And PE Esports, they still have one player outside of that circle, but AGAL still grouped up as a team. And I think they're really considering, like, do they want to go back in? Maybe they wait until the gunfire dies down, and that's their sign to sort of come in and clean up if these teams are very wounded. But WAG and RRQ playing extremely patiently, and as they should, because we are still very early in this game.
Yeah, we already saw Dudes kind of cooking up the grenade on standby to just toss it through that window. But luckily for WAG, as well as Bigatron, nobody playing it close there. So Dudes chooses to not lose his lethals very early in that potential standoff. And it's a little bit of a stalemate between the three squads. But Pharaoh versus Falcons now. Pharaoh already has a decent defensive spot. Falcons trying to penetrate this compound. Kororo and Limit from up top getting the information. Dot shot out of the sky. Kororo, a monster alongside on fire. Pharaoh just did not see that one coming.
Hook, line, and sinker, and they are just fishing for Pharaoh. Zenzi just trying to avoid Kororo, but there's only so far you can go. Oh, the Falcons. That was such a beautifully coordinated fight. Jeez, they're coming back too.
Zenzi, with a sliver of health left on him, gets a triple revival and a M590 knocked out as well. Decent glue walls to patch himself back up, saving the squad single-handedly. Grenade pulls it out at the wrong time. And Pina goes in for the Punisher with the Oscar. Valiant dashes through his glue wall. And that definitely surprised the guy. But what a save from Zenzi.
I mean, he keeps Pharaoh in this game, but how far can you go with a team, like a three-man revive this late into the game? You're going to be running on very little in terms of your inventory. You're basically just going to have to pick up what's left by all these other teams. So Pharaoh, if they can make a good comeback here, that would be a miracle for them. GOW though, running into the hands of Buera and Wasana. Unfortunately not able to get those one taps, but now they will have to engage. And Demon from the side, caught by Limit.
Beautifully done, but Wasana unable to get the knock, unable to steal the knock that came off of the Falcon shot as well. That's a tad bit unfortunate. Wasana has definitely been nerfed. I've seen many players kind of use the cord and use it as the perfect punishing weapon This guy just hasn't found his rhythm just yet, forcing Get High to do a lot of the heavy lifting this season. I cannot wait for the monster Wasana to wake up again in the competition.
Well, I think Wasana might need to wake up soon because Falcons are going to be joining this party as well. And that circle! Oh, that is brutal for Broram and Falcons. So they'll have to fight their ways through together. Meanwhile, everybody else inside that circle. I mean, you're not safe if Moshi's around.
I mean, damn, with an AWM. Sensi spotted out Moshi. Super dangerous in this situation. He's got that Skyland. That's exactly how Todak got wrecked earlier. Moshi was just sitting like 3 miles away. Shot a double Riptide Rhythm at them, breaking down their defenses, allowing Jonah as well as Get High to find those easy tags. And Todak was just a sitting duck at that point of time. But GOW trying to sneak away, but unfortunately with one player down on the ground, there's just so much they could do with that time turner. Now behind the wall, 2 more survivors on the side of the Vietnamese squad.
Oh, hang on, Falcons. They're going to catch sight of Buriram because I think Buriram tried to go for the wrap themselves, but now they're out in the open, so glue walls will be pretty important here for these teams to try and maneuver around each other. But Kororo leading the charge here for Falcons, but little do they know, as they're shooting at each other, they are giving sight to RRQ on where they are coming from as well. But really great play there from Buriram, using the natural cover and saving their glue walls as Falcons try to go for this advancement.
And of course, Falcons distracted by Buriram. GOW survives that, and a player from the side of GOW gets the elimination onto Pina on top of everything else.
Limit.
On fire, down on the ground, bleeding out. Limit flies on in and punished by AGAL Cypher. Kororo, the final survivor on the side of Falcons. Massive points picked up through those eliminations. And the bait was Buriram. And now with their time turner, they're all fine and dandy, recovering before they enter the next circle.
And P Esports going to be eliminated in 8th spot in this matchup. We still have 7 teams remaining, AJ, but that's far too many teams. That's how little real estate there is. We've got VP fighting with AGAL, WAG, and Bigatron also shooting from the sidelines as well. And while that's all happening, Buriram, they have a very clear way into the circle. The only team they have to worry about is RRQ, but is RRQ watching behind them?
I mean, so many of these teams from Thailand, but they're not in a decent defensive spot like RRQ just yet. One of the best readers of the circle, one of the best rotators out there once again from the Indonesian squad. But Virtus Pro just cooking AGAL, player after player. Cypher, the only one left here, but they have managed to cut down the numbers on both sides. Cypher in a 1v2 will not survive, but the damage has been done to Virtus Pro as well. Getting revivals obviously impossible at this point, cutting down their chances at a booyah.
Well, cutting down their chances, I think RRQ is going to make the chances for everyone else to survive very, very slim, especially with where this circle is slowly moving. And now Buriram at risk of being taken up by WAG, who have that rooftop to work with. And I think they're also revealing the position of Buriram to RRQ. Now, Buriram, they do manage to make their way in. Nobody has been one-tapped, so they're going to be able to work around that compound that RRQ is using. But we do have a couple of players from Falcons on the other side as well. And it's Buriram versus Falcons yet again. And Falcons already dropping one by one. On fire, going to be hitting the ground. And Buriram, they have a wall to work with. Nameless here for Virtus Pro. Oh no, he's lost his blue ball. He's going to keep on using it. But everyone just pelting him with bullets. They want to get rid of him. And they will get it. Buriram, another elimination to their name.
How is On Fire still alive? The guy horizon lined himself again, but beautiful shot from across the battlefield, and Bigatron will lay the final nail on the coffin for Falcons, taking them out of the equation. And now we are left with 4. 2 from Indonesia, 1 from Vietnam in the name of WAG, but Buriram still standing strong here outside the perimeters. RRQ with the best defensive spot, but the circle moving towards the Vietnamese team.
Oh, those Riptide Rhythms are very, very scary for any team that is not within that compound guarded by RRQ. And I think the question we have now is who is going to target who first? Because the moment somebody gets targeted, that's your moment to try and go for a potential backstab. Where attention has been drawn. Looks like Bigatron going to make that roundabout play there onto WAG. Moving where that circle is moving as well to get that advantageous position. RRQ though, hanging back, and Buriram going to be the next ones to move. I don't know if I agree with this play here, AJ, because RRQ are now left out in the open.
Yep, Buriram will find the back of X-Ball and the headshot from Osana with that AC-80, but a decent Time Turner instantly set up for that recovery, and the preemptive strike defensively to lay out all of those glue walls has done WAG justice here. They very quickly circle around, and look at Buriram hanging back, but now on the higher ground, on top of WAG. They've got this compound defended, and Tikui out of nowhere, the Wonder Kid runs on up, shutting down Wasana, and the full-on engagement between WAG and Buriram.
Oh, Jonas hitting the ground as well. Oh, Buriram, they need to get control of this somehow. It's now down to Export for WAG, and they get rid of them. And Buriram, they didn't lose a player. They're on the ground, but they can absolutely pick them up. So Buriram still 4-man strong, whereas the remaining teams, it's RRQ and Bigatron. The two Indonesians up against the Thai team, and look at RRQ now wanting to take over the same compound that Buriram are on, but Buriram, they had time to heal up. And AJ, I think we're now back to another stalemate. Who's going to make that play first?
Yeah, but unlike the previous setup, Buriram can't simply just run up the roof. They'll have to use the hook gun, which means putting themselves out in the open, straight in the crosshairs of the team of Bigatron. Therefore, they have to stay silent and play this passive as much as possible, possibly baiting out RRQ up against Bigatron and then jumping into the fight. The only thing that can undo their trick here is if that circle somehow disables them. Riptide Rhythm from up top, Abe with the cord. One down, dudes fights one as well. And RRQ cooking Bigatron by Vitality. ATTM runs on it with a valiant dash and valiantly shuts down their players and their chances.
RQ with a crazy play. I mean, they sacrificed 18 deer for the Abe is there, so it looks like he'll be able to pick them up. Yep, he's going to be able to heal back up, and now it's a 2-2 split here for RRQ versus Buriram. Look at Buriram. I love their split as well. Dutso going to be able to hit the other side of the wall, and Jonah's been caught too. He's on the ground. He's gone.
Yep, he's gone. Moshi from the back, and Riptide Rhythm puts one down, gets the instant snap onto Abe as well. Moshi all alone though, and RRQ cooks him for a big booyah. The third one on Kalahari so far.
RRQ is awake, the sun is shining, and this team is cooking a campfire feast, folks. Oh boy. I mean, there was a reason why they did so amazingly well during our first phase and already off to a strong start during phase 2. If you see Kalahari and if you see RRQ, I think that's when you're going to start to get the shivers.
Damn, bro, this was a solid final circle, especially in the battle between Buriram as well as Bigatron. We thought it was going to break down, but RRQ was the one to catch them, trying to rotate onto the outside perimeter. And it all started off by Ma'al's Riptide Rhythm, breaking down their defenses. The Time Turner came out. They tried to pick their players right back up. But of course, 18 Deer said, no can do, sir. I've got my Oscar, and he bravely just ran at them, literally breaking down their glue walls, pushing them aside. But he got knocked down as well. We had a little bit of a backup. Surprisingly, Buriram did not take advantage of that chaos. But I'll have to say though, even if they did, it was only 18 Deer that ran out. So RRQ played that so tactically.
I feel like the play by 18 Deer, that shock factor was the main reason why they won that fight. Because I don't think you would ever expect one player to run at you with the with Oscar's ability and just be like, hey guys! And he just absolutely went for it. So that surprise factor, major factor in that first win for RRQ. But I wonder if Buriram was also thinking, okay, they made that first play happen. There's no way they do that again to us, right? Wrong. So I am loving how RRQ is playing because I was a little concerned for this matchup because I thought they were playing a bit too passively, and this is something that RRQ has fallen victim to at times where sometimes they're a little bit too slow, they let everyone else have all the fun, but this RRQ, this we want to fight into you and we will do anything to make that happen. Love it. It's working out.
I think RRQ is definitely one of the most passive and successfully passive squads that we've got in the competition. Their main priority has always been finding the rotations first, finding a good defensive spot, and then working their way out of that with those points, not really getting super aggressive at the start. And that's also going to give them the benefit of saving their loot for those final battles, which obviously is just doing them so much of good towards the very end. But the surprising turnaround this time was obviously Buriram. This time Buriram was playing to win. Surprisingly, they've not been doing that throughout the whole competition, but still ranking very decently on the overall leaderboard. that's a mind-blowing thing, okay? Because Buriram has not been trying to win, but still they are one of the best squads. But finally, in a game where they did try to go for the victory, Captain Jonah unfortunately made one wrong move, got punished, and that kind of broke down the play of Buriram instantaneously. Now you don't really have a double super rusher on your side anymore. Wasana's kind of taking his time. You only have Get High. And in a situation like that, a 4v4 against RRQ in a heated battle like that obviously is not going to go the way of Buriram.
Yeah, I mean, this is not bad news for Buriram fans at all, because we have to also remember this is RRQ's map. If there was a map that RRQ was going to win almost all the time, it's this one. So we've got plenty of other maps, other opportunities for Buriram to come back. But I think this is a sign to other teams that both Buriram and RRQ, they are playing for their spot today. And I think the decision you have to decide is like, do you want to challenge these two teams, or do you kind of let them play out against each other first, and then maybe you can try to slip in? Because I think for any team that's trying to win today, it's a rough day.
Yeah, you've got Ma'al here with the Maro, with the Moko. You get to mark those players. You get to earn the extra coins off of Suzy. You've also got the extra damage when, you've got your players at a distance. The extra 25% potential damage out of that Maro obviously is a wrecker. But Ma'al wasn't really the biggest death dealer in this game. Only 2 eliminations overall. And as usual, Dutz continues to collect those eliminations. He had 75 eliminations before the start of this game. This officially puts him at 80 eliminations in the competition so far, the most that we've got throughout all of the other squads. So this guy is definitely one of the top MVPs out there when it comes to taking players down. 7 knockdowns on top of everything else as well. This guy is insane, man.
Yeah, and I kind of want to add on top of this as well, with the stats that we saw for RRQ. I think some people look at this and say like, oh, these are just average stats for the team. We have to keep in mind, I think teams were avoiding RRQ in this matchup. Like, you could see RRQ were looking for eliminations, and there was just nobody in sight up until maybe 3rd, 4th circle, they started to join in on the fun. So considering that they were still able to pull out decent average numbers, this is all damage and eliminations later on in the game, because they just weren't given the opportunity to play a match that they would have liked to have played. I think if they were allowed to, I think they'd basically get rid of everybody that they saw if they were within vicinity anyway. But match standings for today here, AJ,
I mean, that's as close as it gets, man. We talked about how this was a Indonesian map, but it's just an RRQ map. The rest of Indonesia is lagging behind, and obviously the Thai teams are showing up. We had 4 Thai teams in that final, towards that final circle in the second last one. Buriram Falcons, AGL, as well as Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro obviously kind of faltering a tad bit earlier up against AGL. They kind of cut each other's numbers down before getting into that final bout, so that was a tad bit unfortunate for them. But Falcons, they didn't even get that far, but they managed to get into the 3rd spot all through those eliminations. 14 solid eliminations, giving them a total of 20 points thanks to the 6 placement points. But of course, towards the bottom of the table, you've got a couple of teams from Vietnam, PE Esports as well as GOW, kind of having a tough start here at Kalahari. But that's not a big surprise for GOW. For PE Esports, that is, because this is one of their better maps.
Yeah, I think some people are probably questioning what happened to EVOS in this game. They just got, either they got absolutely,
they got rich.
They got rich. They disappeared, I guess. That's probably the best way to put it. We really don't know what happened, unfortunately, because we do not have the player cams in that moment. But I mean, this is probably a bit of a scary moment for EVOS, because the question we have for them, right, is were they also playing to win on this map? Because if they are playing to win today, they are at such a big disadvantage over the rest of the competition, because they are basically a round behind. They have no points to their name. So
I'll just put it this way, right? You put a starving man as well as a well-fed man in a room, and you ask them to fight over some food. I think the well-fed man is not going to be putting up as strong as a fight as the man who has been starving. Before the Esports World Cup, EVOS Divine, they were starving for an opportunity to prove themselves, to grab the biggest prize on the table, and they did it. Now they are the ones that are full. RRQ are the ones that are starving. So you're obviously going to see them perform, time and time again, phenomenally well. EVOS, on the other hand, they're chilling.
I mean, AJ, I'm very glad you did not let me answer that question because I had a completely different perspective. And
Yeah, tell me.
No. I think this is something that probably stays an inner thought. This is an inner
Okay,
thought.
all right.
This is not.
It's just your mind voice now. You keep it in your mind.
yes, I think it is a statement. All right, folks. So we are getting ready for our next map, and we're going to be jumping into Next Terra. So there are going to be a few teams that will like to play on Next Terra. AJ, I'm pretty sure you have the stats in front of you. Who are our top contenders for Next Terra?
Well, Esports, WAG, as well as Faro, they are the best ones here, followed by RRQ and Falcons. So these 5 teams are high potential teams to get in there. Esports, they've got some good days and they've got some bad days. They started off bad on Kalahari, so fingers crossed that does not affect their momentum going into this next Terra map because they are literally the best here based on their performance thus far. But overall, you can expect to see Vietnam towards those final circles.
Yeah. Unless somebody comes out swinging and says, okay, those stats do not matter to us now because it's phase 2 and there is something on the line, which is that split at the final. So,
You mean Buriram?
yes. Honestly, I do feel like Buriram is a team that might sort of come out swinging and say, like, okay, we kind of, they didn't fumble the ball at all last round. I mean, sure, they didn't booyah, but it's RRQ as well. I feel like if there's a map for them to just rip into and dominate, it probably could be Next Terra. But of course, it's also going to depend on how the other teams sort of view our top contenders, because I think now we already can see who our front runners are just based off of that first round, which is RRQ, Royale, and I'm going to have to put Falcons in there because they played so aggressive in that past round. So knowing who the top contenders are, I'm keen to see what the reaction is for the rest of the competition. Are they going to play keep away? Are they going to play hot potato and say, we are staying away from all the hot potatoes? Or do they sort of change things around and say that, okay, it's the first week, we probably are not going to be the team to get in first place, but let's test a couple of hot drops to see how we do against some of these top performing teams. Could we maybe win some of these?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, right? Because we've basically turned phase 2, at least the next 3 weeks of phase 2, into a grand finals each and every single day. So I don't know if or not some teams want to take that risk because everybody's obviously looking for those extra points. Sharpening their skills should have been done in the group stages, and we did see quite a number of teams kind of jump onto a strategy like that. I think that has been a decent number of games for them. I mean, we had 24 matches, right? So that's a decent number of matches for them to go out and experiment with whatever they wanted to find out. Now's the time where they take all of that they've learned from the group stage and apply it in the knockout stage to find those early qualifiers. And it's very clear as to who's got their play in check and who's still kind of wandering a tad bit lost out there. I was I was not very impressed with the Toda play once again. And I wish to see something different this time around. It's not the best map for Toda. But at the same time, they don't struggle here, right? There's a potential where they do come out somewhere in the upper half of the overall 12 teams. But fingers crossed, we do see some sort of flair from them in this next Terra. Because if not, it's just going to be a downward spiral.
Yeah, we really need to see those signs of life from the team. So just checking in here with our tournament admins, there are going to be no changes from any of our teams from any region. So same rosters, same players, no major changes in terms of play style. I believe we're going to be jumping into the matchup in 1 to 2 minutes. We're really, really close to starting the match, folks. So let us know in the comments in the chat, who do you think is going to win that round? We are very keen to see your thoughts and opinions. Do you think we're going to be seeing a top dog take this round, or are we maybe going to be seeing a surprise from a underdog? Let us know in the comments. We'd love to hear what you think. And also, send your energy to all the teams in the chat as well, because their managers, I'm pretty sure they do also tune into the broadcast. So if you can, send them your energy, because these teams, some of them are going to need it more than others. So give them your support. Let them know that you love them, and let them know that you are supporting them all the way from start to finish.
Absolutely, man. And of course, once again, Esports, I don't know if I would rank them as an underdog because they performed very well in the group stages. This is their map. And after performing pretty, questionable in the Kalahari map, I do expect to see them bounce back because Esports is technically one of the better teams on Kalahari. So it was a little bit of a surprising dip in performance. So this is where they really have to bounce back and prove themselves, or else it might just end up being a Toda case where it's a downward spiral for them as well. The flight path is going to be fairly decent, cutting between Twin Bridge as well as the Intellect Center all the way down towards Plazaria, opening up the full map for all of these teams.
And are we going to start seeing some shenanigans? Normally, if we're going to see anything, it's probably game 2 onwards. And at the moment, just a little bit of a split there by Todak. We do have Noki sort of in between some of GOW's players. But aside from that, it looks like it's a clean split here, AJ.
I mean, it's a understandable split here from Toda, but they are playing with fire and that Valiant dash. Oh, that was supposed to punish Noki, but instead he's the one that punishes, had the better gun, the AUG in hand, and rips Demon's life away. But he needs to find a point of recovery. Noki still going in for the shutdown, going up against a Vector, up close and personal. Rip can literally rip him apart, but here comes Jojo with the backup as well. He's got the AUG. It's a 2v1 situation, and it looks like GOW is going to be 2 men down very early on.
And I think GOW, they're just saying, okay, we're going to have to give our players away because they literally flew in with Demon here, who's still coming back in for the team. So buyback is there for GOW, but I mean, you got 2 eliminations already. Great start there. Oh, but not great start here for here because Abe hitting the ground thanks to Esports.
Well, Dudes, with the instant retrieval here, and Ma'al backing up the squad very well with the VSK from afar, but the pickup is there for the side of Esports, so no player sacrifice just yet, just forcing RRQ to scramble. One might want to say that they got a easy point off of RRQ there, but the recovery is very impressive from the Indonesian squad. But for 18 Deer to get himself out of this pickle is definitely going to be a very difficult task. Nolan has got the flank here, LBT flanking around towards that right-hand side as well to pressure him away. Forced to use that glue wall. 18D is definitely going to be sacrificed, looking at the fact that none of the other RRQ players are rotating in to save him.
I wonder if they're trying to bait with 18 Deer. Maybe make Esports really commit for this 18 Deer elimination. Oh!
Well, I didn't expect Nolan to get taken down there, but 18 Deer definitely out of the equation. And Esports trades away one of their players as well. So it's not really a winning battle here for the Vietnamese squad. They can back away, but the fact is they've taken 1 from each side. So a little bit of a stalemate for now. Falcons flying on in, cutting off any potential here for Zenzi to get away, and Pina finishing him off with the A124 pop.
I love the way the Falcons are playing for these first 2 play days, these first 2 games, AJ. They are so aggressive right off the bat. Already 4 eliminations, and PE, I mean, they're out of the round. We had expectations, but it's just... yeah,
well, with expectations comes disappointment as well. Unfortunately, they faltered on a decent map of theirs at Kalahari, and their best map Nextera now dropped as well. Esports in a tough little spot. They have started off the day in a very bad way, and this is exactly what we mean. The randomizer, you know, the arrangement of maps can make such a huge difference. And my, oh my, we were just talking about how EVOS needed to make a little bit of a comeback here, and they do exactly that by taking away 2 players from Buriram very early on. Yeah,
those 2 eliminations also setting them back in terms of loot, so not the peak condition Buriram that we're used to seeing. And yeah, we see EVOS appearing on the map, and they catch sight of Jonah, who's just so desperately trying to get away from that player. But yeah, we're going to be able to walk out there for now. The rest of Buriram, though, they are here with WAG. And remember, AJ, Buriram, they're injured. They are not at full capacity. So I hope they're ready to potentially take this on. Otherwise, they might have to sacrifice someone just to survive.
And WAG ain't no chump squad. They can wrap things up instantly here if the conditions are right. And Buriram's just trying to, for their very own sake, make the conditions very not right. Dragging them outside of Grab Labs to potentially engage. Catching up with Jonah. A good rotation defensively pulled off here by Buriram. And in the meantime, on the opposite side of the battlefield, you've got Falcons going up against Toda, and Toda do not have a decent playing field. But Faiz could just be the one that makes the difference here on that right-hand side flank. Has the AC-80, but Jojo says hasta la vista, leaving Noki to bleed out there. But it is not Falcons that pulls the point away, it's Bigatron.
Oh, whoa. Okay, so we've got a few teams within the same vicinity here. And we're going to be seeing Falcons actually going to be regrouping here. Now, Fies,
Nicely done.
Fies might be in trouble. But speaking of trouble, oh my gosh, Evo's flying right past Buram.
Yep, well, Valiant dash through, and Wasana gets punished. Ray and Rastia, the deadly combo, get high, hoping and praying they don't find him, but this is a matter of time. Ray circling around, spots him out. Rastia gets the information as well. Backstab time, and Rastia, with that backstab, pulls that point away. And Moshi, as the final player left in the game, will hit a double revival, has enough coins here at Farmtopia to hit that double revival. Looking for more, but GOW just landed to spoil the party. But Pharaoh is there for a little bit of a distraction. So GOW is going to have their hands full for the time being.
Unless Mushi wants to stick his nose into this business too. Oh, such cheeky plays from Mushi.
Oh, wow! What a headshot, Moshi! Deadly as always. He's the only player capable enough to take away points from the other squads, but even though he's all alone, this guy not backing down. In fact, he's looking for a fight up against 2 squads.
Hey, he probably knows if he tries to get away, he's just going to get taken out. So sometimes you got to fight those losing battles, and if you miss every shot, you don't take. And Zensi on the low ground here, he has caught wind of another player. It's Alki on that high ground. But instead going to be using the use the bridge as natural cover. And Pharaoh, do they want to save Zensi? Or are they saying, okay, you're on your own. We'll see if you can make it. And I mean, he's making it so far, but I guess they're just going to hope that he can make it out alive by himself. No resources used at all. And GAW, not even committing resources for this island. Throw a couple pot shots. Zensi's low. He can heal up a little bit more though.
Yeah, it'll be a big loss here if Zensi gets taken down. He's got the AWM in his hands. And it's pretty valuable at a stage like this. Demon. Riptide. But Demon Revenge executed perfectly with an AC-80. Don looking for a couple of points as well. Up against the Buriram players. Time Turner pulled out. Jonah still struck down. Jump had the better gun in his hands. The Trogon getting the damage done. And Buriram still trying to recover from the initial takedown.
Oh boy, Buriram, they are limping this game. I think at this point, if you're Buriram, you are just going to have to settle for those placement points because, yeah, just getting first place, that's going to be a Goliath task in itself. But some of these other teams in this round, they're doing amazingly. Speaking of amazingly, Todak, I mean, they're still in the round. They're constantly having those buybacks available. But with every buyback, for these teams, with how late these buybacks are as well, they will be lacking some loot going into that late game. Now, speaking of the conditions of all of our teams so far, only one team is gone, which is Esports. Everyone else is still in the running here. And leading the charge with eliminations is actually RRQ.
Oh, yeah. I mean, no surprises there at all. RRQ is definitely the ones carrying the momentum in from that previous game, as well as Falcons. As anticipated, the top 3 teams that do well generally on this map are not performing well at all. Pharaohs have been nerfed quite a little bit after those early encounters. Esports, early elimination on top of everything else. We now only have one team that's better than RRQ on this map still alive and in the potential to win, and that's WAG, but they've barely showed up. In the grand scheme of things, that's a good thing.
It's a good thing for now, AJ. You know, some things come to an end after you've had a little bit too many of them and get high. Oh, it's so close. Oh, but I think this might just be it. Oh, on fire saying, sorry, mate, this is going to be our game this time. Oh, man, I feel for Buriram this game. They had such a great game 1, and, I mean, they're still in the game thanks to Moshi. This man just keeps buying them back, but there's only so much generational wealth you can have until you have nothing left, AJ.
I don't feel bad for them at all. This is going according to my script. They are not supposed to perform today, so...
Oh, wow. Look at this man cursing Buriram. Jeez.
It's only because I want to enjoy more games where Buriram takes part in, right? So if they qualify in here today on day 1, I don't get to see a lot of them, and I'm going to be a very sad boy. So yeah, I'm a little bit happier if they kind of stumble a couple of times. Well, the situation here is a tad bit unfortunate, guys. I'm lagging, so I can't really see the gameplay. Bear with us whilst the casters get back into the...
Yeah, all right. We are slowly in there. Oh, EVOS. Okay, we catch that of Rassia there. So last player standing here for EVOS. It's a little bit concerning here now because it looked like they were going to come back into this game. But now, with only one player left standing, this late into the game too. Very, very dangerous. Very unlikely that EVOS is going to place high, but we'll have to see. You know, sometimes the game of survival is what keeps you in these matches. But speaking of survival, as more and more teams converge within this corner of the circle, the chances of survival just getting smaller and smaller as we speak.
Yep, and earlier on, Buriram kind of getting away from this spot, but now quite a number of other squads kind of converging here. RRQ, WAG, Virtus Pro, EVOS, Toda. The numbers are continuing. And Bigatron as well. My, oh my. Quite a number of squads anticipating this to be the next zone. And they are absolutely correct. Circle kind of shrinks on in. RRQ, WAG, Virtus Pro don't need to move. And GOW now taken out of the equation. Team after team, they fall, and unfortunately, first two teams to get taken out of this is from Vietnam.
Bit of a scary moment here, AJ. We've got 4 out of our 10 teams remaining within this corner of the circle. And yeah, there's a lot of places to hide for now, but depending on where that circle moves next, it could be a not so great moment for some of these teams. Now, speaking of other teams, you have Todak and Pharaoh on the screen, and it looks like Todak, they're playing towards the outer edge of that circle, but this late, AJ, like this is quite painful. I don't even know if you can even make it into the circle now.
Bigatron, and they have been exposed by that pop of Coda. Wasana spotted out. An easy takedown from afar. Virtus Pro getting involved in this fight as well.
Oh, Buriram.
And unfortunate for Buriram, they arrived through the circle way too late, out in open grounds. They're landing, stuck with that time turner, saved them a few seconds, but the moment they ran out of it, they started getting shot at from all corners, losing 3 players in succession, leaving only Captain Jonah, who's absolutely broke. Even if he finds a vending machine, man cannot afford anything.
Yeah, Jonah. Tough game. But speaking of a tough game, we also have Rassia, who's going to be struggling for the team. Todak running into Pharaoh there, but also there's Bigatron, who's sticking their nose into this business as well. Pharaoh managed to get Cougar in. No, Cougar gets sniped just as he gets in. And Sensi on the ground. Next, we do have Jump, who's trying to finish off a elimination. He will get it though, but outside the circle, he doesn't get it. Deeks from Bigatron says, hey, thanks for the point, buddy.
If Pharaoh down as well. I mean, RRQ is just looking stronger and stronger to take a back-to-back booyah because all of the big Nextera teams have been taken down successfully already. And Falcons, unfortunate for them, they come across RRQ way too early. And it's just a firing squad in the form of RRQ that they encounter. Didn't help with the fact that Dudes had the grenade launcher as well to chip away so much of their health.
Oh, and that circle just keeps moving closer and closer towards our team. So we do have 8 teams remaining in this game here, folks. And so far, 5 of them are in the circle at the moment. We have a couple that are still towards the outside. And it's going to be Struggle City. Just making it in, even if you're coming in from that top right-hand corner. But now it's a waiting game to see, are there any teams out in the open trying to make their way in? Because if you're not in that circle already, there is very little cover to work with. You're going to have to rely on launch pads to even get in. And even then, you're a flying duck.
Oh, man.
You're a flying duck that should be shot at.
Well, Jonah, oh, wow, still managed to survive. Great rotations in with the glue wall. And now AGAL being pressured as well from the opposite side. Virtus Pro looking at the opportunity, instantly taking advantage. But Jonah still nowhere close to the circle just yet. And AGAL is looking for a bonus point off of him. This might just be the end of the Buriram run here. AGAL, though, being pressured by Bigatron as they try to sneak a point away off of Buriram.
Bigatron might be the reason why Jonah survives. We'll have to see if Jonah can find a way in because, AGAL, they can't stick their nose out, but it's also so late, the blue zone. It's just so painful. Jonah, though, does not survive because he does succumb to the blue zone, but now I think AGAL, they are stuck. I mean, they've got Team SR there, but he gets taken down as well, so this might just be the end for them, meaning we are now going to be down to our top 6 teams this late into the game. And I think AGAL couldn't survive.
That's
Yes,
karma right there. They
absolutely.
went for 1 point and everybody else just dunked on them. Bigatron by Vitality pulling away the most number of points off of AGAL, who spent way too long outside the circle. I mean, the blue is not kind at this stage.
The blue is so kind to RRQ because they are towards the front end of that circle. So they can shoot at anybody that tries to make their way through, unless they try to go through the compound side. But look at Virtus Pro on top of the rooftop. Diamond is on the ground. The rest of the team trying to delay as long as possible. But they know if they don't push that over now, they're not going to make it. Two of their players make it through, but they've lost half of their roster. Rasia still surviving in the corner, just surviving, hoping a camouflage is going to work out for the team. But Virtus Pro, not so lucky, going to be shot down in 6th place.
Yeah, beautiful play by Ma'al. A anticipatory Riptide rhythm sent towards the way of Bigatron. But what's more impressive from that was the way Bigatron instantly backed away, dropped a few extra glue walls right in front of the Riptide rhythm, and used the jump pad to quickly find that reposition. But unfortunately, behind the bus is still a spot where WAG can toss those nades at, and nade after nade after nade. Xbor and the squad will find those frags. No Steffi to use on the side of Bigatron, and Xbor will find the punishes. They just need one more grenade to take them down, but it's a tad bit too slow. The recovery is still strong from the Indonesian squad. Xbor hits a 3-pointer.
X-Bomb! What a play there from Export, securing massive eliminations there for WAG, and they feel safe to launch themselves towards the front end of that circle. But look at 18, Dia eliminating Rasia, who was the last player there for EVOS, and now it's going to be our last two teams here, AJ, 4 versus 2. WAG heavily injured, but maybe they can turn things around.
Beautifully done here, as usual, by RRQ. It's a 4v4, but one player is still needing to recover. What a split blitz once again from Dudes. He's got the grenade launcher, tosses yet another, gets a damage onto 2 players. Glue wall melt is laid out as well. Calling for the monster truck as a extra artillery here for the side of RRQ. Abe has got the cord. Dudes in a sticky situation, but managed to get away.
Oh, 18, dear. He's actually summoning the monster truck. Are they going to actually use this to maybe try and break these glue walls? Are they hiding behind the glue wall there with Dutz? As Tikui has been connected there to Cyrus. They're playing the long game here, going to use the bus now for natural cover to save their resources, because I think these teams are starting to run low. Oh, but PLS1 in the back line is going to be taken out there by RRQ.
PLS1 hanging back to find the backstab, but instead he showed his back to 2 players on the side of RRQ who did not think twice, instantly pulling in the execution. They take him out of the equation, and now the flank is going to break down. A 3v1, Cyrus stuck in a tight little spot. But Tikui though, going in for the insane play, but does not find any connection at all with the monster truck. Pressured out by 18 Deer.
Oh no, they've lost their healer there. Now 18 Deer are going to try and go for a big wraparound there onto Export. Tikui's on the ground. This should be it. RRQ. 2 back-to-back booyahs for day 1 of phase 2. If things keep going the way that they are going to lock in their spot in the grand finals right here, right now, today.
Back-to-back booyah, and can they make history in the same year on the brand new format to be the first team to qualify to the grand finals? But of course, fingers crossed, it does not happen like how we broke things down on spring, because they qualified first, but they did not become champions because their brothers Onyx Olympus of all teams crushed their hope by being the final team to qualify, final team to activate Champion Rush, but the first team to secure the booyah right after. But for now, the spotlight still on RRQ. It has been a great day, and it looks like the game of momentum carries on for them, and the teams that started off with a bad momentum, especially the Vietnamese ones, is still struggling to kind of shrug that off.
Yeah, I mean, okay, some people might say it's only game 2. It doesn't matter if it's only game 2. Sometimes it just takes 2 games to rip and destroy and shred your dreams into little itty-bitty bits and pieces. So for RQ, I mean, they are already feeling very comfortable. They are sitting on a mountain of points, and their closest competitor up to game number 1 was Royale. But unfortunately for Royale, this was just not their game. So now they have a massive lead over the competition. They're not safe, but they can at least have a bit of a moment, a sigh of relief where, let's say, the next 1 to 2 rounds, it's not their rounds. Maybe they don't booyah, maybe they just grab a mid-round points. They should still be able to stay in first place. The worst case scenario is they bomb out these next 4 rounds. I think that's the only way this team can potentially lose their spots. And I'm not going to jinx it. I am just stating that there are several scenarios that could happen. All equal scenarios. None of them are more likely. Okay, I'm going to stop. Yes.
Let's just put it this way. RRQ is on the way to a back-to-back booyah. Triple booyahs just to start the day off hot, because who's the best team at Bermuda right now? It's not Buriram as one would expect. It is RRQ. 94 points picked up there so far. 2 booyahs so far on Bermuda. They are the most lethal team. 54 eliminations. They do not mess around on this map. And I think the momentum is all on their side, especially with the back-to-back on Kalahari as well as Nextera. Nothing seems to be able to stop them. And they're just too good at this. Finding the final circle, finding a decent spot. I mean, the read of the circle is just beautiful from RRQ, and they do not wait until the zone starts moving. The moment they've got a good read on it, they are already setting off. They don't care about any other situation. They want to get the defensive spot first, and that has been a huge boon for them so far.
Yeah. You know what? I just had a sudden realization where there could be a team that might slow down the progress here for RRQ. So
okay,
let's talk about the last 2 rounds. What did RRQ have in common from those previous 2 rounds?
You tell me.
They had a very, very easy start. They didn't have any teams that really contested them during that looting phase, right? They basically were free looting phases for the team to scout, to do whatever they want, to get into position. I feel like for game number 3, there's a team that could potentially counter RRQ's early game freedom, and it's Falcons. Because we've seen for the past 2 rounds, Falcons just going absolutely ham, popping off from their first 2 games. Game 3, I think if I want to slow down the momentum of RRQ, if Falcons are up to it, they might be a really great team to maybe challenge them, and maybe they'll try and go for, not a hot drop, but they'll drop where RRQ typically likes to drop, and then they intercept them. I think that could be a really great way. It's like a next level thought process of like, does Falcons want to do this? But somebody's got to stop RRQ. Otherwise, I think they just run away with the entire playday today.
I think Dutz really has got the meta down in his pocket at this point of time, because he's one of the only, if not the only, bomber/marksman out there. He runs the Luna, he's got the Beastin, and he's got the Alvaro. The Beastin and the Alvaro, obviously, for those massive nades that he keeps dunking on everybody else's heads. And on top of that, he's also got the Maro, and he wants to engage teams from a long distance. The Luna helps him out, and his secondary weapon is the M590, and obviously the Luna helps you out with the increased rate of fire every single shot that you get in connection. So this guy has got something beautiful and phenomenal cracked here, but of course it fits his play style. And look at him, man. I mean, 84 eliminations so far. He's picked up another 4 more from this Nextera map, and he's not slowing down. He's just stacking it up against the other players.
And all this is possible because of the new format that we're running, right? Like, everything has to be different. You can't just run the same stuff as a team. So I'm loving how Free Fire is just evolving as an esport. Like, yes, there are more rules and stipulations being added, but we're adding these rules because we want to see more varied playstyles. We want to see more characters. We want to see more active abilities being used. So it's time for these other teams to kind of step up and get a little bit creative, I feel, with how they decide to build their teammates, right? And discern, like, okay, what's my role really? How do I build myself to be the perfect image of what I want to be in a game of Free Fire? Now, speaking of perfect, RRQ, perfect start, 2 booyahs in our first 2 games, leading the charge with 49 points. And Falcon, second place, alongside Buriram with 28. That's a huge gap.
Yeah, 24 points in the first game, 25 points in the second game, 49 points in total. RRQ is rocking it, and once again, this next map is in their pocket. Bermuda is a place where they very rarely fail, and they've already proven that they can grab quite a number of booyahs here, right? I mean, in comparison to the rest of the teams, they definitely have everything set up good for them here. The only other 2 teams that they need to worry about is AGL as well as Team Flash. But when you look at the overall leaderboard, Yeah, these two teams are not really in the running to find a punisher on them at all. Followed by Buriram and Falcons. Buriram and Falcons could just be that big threat, but the momentum has shifted a little bit here for Buriram in the next Terra map. For them to jump back in here is going to need a very strong mental fortitude, which Buriram technically does have. But the question is, do they want to jump back in here?
Yeah. Now, as we get ready to jump into Bermuda here, folks, there has been one roster change. So for GOW, they are going to be substituting Rip out, and they're going to bring Hans in for Bermuda. So hopefully this change for GOW is going to give them a better chance at collecting their points for today. I kind of wonder how substantial this change will be, because not recently, but historically, Bermuda is a GOW map. This is the signature map for this team. So I kind of wonder, bringing Hands in, are they bringing in all their guns and saying, okay, we're going to play our strongest roster on Bermuda to try and lift us up on that leaderboard?
I mean, the changes can make a little bit of a difference, especially when your spirit has been nerfed a tad bit. Maybe a little bit of a fresh face could bring that new spirit into the squad, and just remind everyone, look guys, each game, each map is a brand new start. You just got to have that good enough reset. But if you've got your existing roster that just got pummeled, perhaps that is a little bit tough. So maybe that's the difference Hans can bring in here. But at the end of the day, we still have to look at the historical data here. The squad just hasn't really cut it well on Bermuda thus far in the current season. If they are going to be changing that in this next map, I'll be more than happy for them. But of course, it's very rare that we don't see history repeating itself. But I would like to see history repeat itself for AGL as well as Team Flash though, because in the past two games, it hasn't really been faring them all that too well. Flash, sorry, is not playing today. AGL, I mean, they have a decent enough opportunity to pick something off here, because their eliminations are on the weaker side today.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, what can you really change in today's games? Because, I mean, okay, points-wise, do you feel like they are at that point of no return? I feel like they still have a chance, but it's like they have to step up for the next 3-4 games to even have a chance of being in the running in the first place. So it's a lot.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot, because you're going up against RRQ, and this just happens to be a map where they usually dominate on as well. So not only do you have to perform well, you gotta hope and pray that RRQ somehow hits the ground running and breaks their foot or something, right? Because something needs to stop RRQ, because if nothing stops them, then regardless, even if you do perform the next 4 games and RRQ performs as well, you're still not going to get the #1 spot. And number 2, number 3, yes, history doesn't really remember them, but as far as today is concerned, they don't matter. Only that #1 spot matters, and that's what RRQ is looking for.
Yeah, so my eyes are on Falcons. I have a question for them. Are you willing to risk the biscuit for the rest of the lobby and challenge RRQ? Because at the moment, based on how these teams are playing, I only see Falcons being the team to have the confidence to head on take RRQ in a 4v4. So we'll have to see. I'd love to see it. But again, I mean, Falcons, they have their own agendas, right? Their own agenda is to grab their own points and to climb up that leaderboard. And I mean, they have the same, they have an enemy in common with Buriram, RRQ. I don't expect them to team up and take out RRQ, but someone's got to do it. And I don't think it's a good idea to wait for someone else to do that job for you. So better put your fate in your own hands. But already, I mean, with the double booyahs here for RRQ, I'd be terrified, regardless of who I am in that lobby.
Yeah, no doubts at all. Team Falcons, though, on this next map, are they going to be the most confident? I would say no, because this is like their 4th best map, which means they're not going to look to get cheeky. But who might try to get cheeky is Buriram. Play a head-to-head between Moshi as well as Zenzi. 7-4 eliminations, 6-4 rescues, 4K versus 2K on the damage. Obviously, we know who's taking the prize here. And Moshi is just phenomenal, man, especially with the new hairstyle. He's been rocking it.
Oh, he looks cool. Like, really, really cool. Oh, man. I swear, every season, Moshi just rocks a new look, and everything he looks great. Really,
and of course,
great player.
The broadcast, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, both the spring as well as fall season is brought to you by Red Bull. And Red Bull Zinc and Vitamin from Thailand is supplemented with Zinc B3 as well as B6, featuring a mild taste that helps players stay high as well as focused in each and every single game out there, achieving stylish booyahs match after match, achieving those victories which are so crucial to grabbing that #1 spot. And we've seen Vietnam do this quite a number of times, and obviously RRQ has taken a page out of their playbook. They have chucked down quite a bit of Red Bull today.
I was going to tell all the other teams, I think if you haven't already, you got to crack a cold one, get some of that energy in before you jump into Bermuda, because if you haven't already, you kind of need every advantage you can get. I have to say, sometimes just having that little bit of extra caffeine, it helps with the focus, especially with how focused you have to be in this next game. And it's Bermuda, folks. Everybody knows how to play this game. We were all born on it. This is the map we all know and love. And I do suspect this one to be a very fast-paced one as well. So let's see who takes the lead first as we fly on in through a dead center flight path from the west to the east.
Yeah, kind enough flight path here, moving on through, allowing the teams to kind of spread out very equally, not really putting anyone in a bit of a pinch. And RRQ, as you can see, dropping into Ribnam Village as well as Hangar. And this is going to give them more than decent enough loot. And they've gone in here for a 2-2 split. So even if things do go south a little, they've got a little bit of a backup. And if things do go south for one of their duos, the revival isn't going to be too difficult at all on that split. But Bigatron versus Falcons, though, a tad bit unfortunate. Riptide Rhythm being dropped down. And obviously Falcons are picking up 2 easy points here. But Bigatron up on the roof, looking for a little bit of revenge.
Bigatron, they launched themselves onto the rooftop as well. So, this is a very confident play from the team. They do have someone hanging back for the revives if they do get taken out. But I don't know if Falcons is a team you really want to try to take out. This is the team that wants to fight early. Kuro, though, going to be losing that gunfight, though Pina will be able to get the revenge there and knock down Kyong. So, that knock on Kuro, nothing too lethal yet. And, okay.
Yeah, Bigatron is just playing a game of revival here. So Kyong gets the instant revive. And obviously the final survivor on the second floor is not going to be able to sneak himself away from this sticky situation. In a 1v3 potentially now, but out of the window straight onto the roof. Juan has to use his time turner, but obviously he was going to get taken down anyway, so no use saving that. It's taken out of the equation, and Bigatron once again with the instant revive to stay in the game.
Well, at least they do have a lot of vision to work with, so they know roughly where Falcons are going to be. We have Buram on the screen right now, looking to hunt down players themselves, and they did catch a vehicle drive out of there, and it's GOW, but Buram maybe feeling a little bit too out in the open, and actually going to have to take out that drone there, so they have been scouted out. This is not going to be a surprise at all. So, just back, retreat, find a place to hide, and I guess regroup as a team and figure out where they want to go next.
GOW makes a little bit of a U-turn here. This could turn south, but Virtus Pro trying to shoot down P Esports, who were too smart to show up on the other side of the bridge. They just park down below, and potentially you're going to be waiting out Virtus Pro here. As Diamond tries to quickly reposition so that he can find a decent angle to find the connection on the shots. James jumping in together with the rest of his team members as well up onto this bridge. And Virtus Pro won't really have to move all that too far because the circle's pretty much on their side for the time being. And GOW, as they rotate around, are in a sticky situation here because Buriram keeping an eye on them. But very smart play off the terrain. Even just ducking away from those shots. Not at danger at all, but Evo's from the back. GOW did not expect that.
Whew. Yeah, and now they're going to be pincered by 2 teams. And actually, Rasia almost getting sniped there by Wasada. Aim God, though, using the launch pad, but he's been shut down as well. And Evos now down a player. Going to be in a little bit of trouble here because Buram, knowing that there's a player down, this is the best time to fight into this. Akoi on the low ground there, being taken out. by Eva. So we do have a bit of a trade going on, but Rasia got to be so careful because Moshi's here now. He's ready to pop some heads.
The presence of mind there from Rasia. He saw the Riptide Rhythm heading towards his glue wall and instantly backing away. And we've seen so many players make the exact opposite decision, right? Just sticking to where they are, trying to take down the sniper from afar. Rasia is way too smart for that. And of course, we're going to take a little bit of a pause on that fight. But between RRQ and Bigatron, there ain't no pause button here. That revival is instantly stopped by a Bay, who manages to catch the player before he hit that button. And one final survivor from the side of Bigatron, trying to hope and pray that he does not get found out there.
Oh, poor Dian. He is surrounded. And he just gets shot down by Jonah as well. So GOW, even though they had that player substitution, just really wrong place, wrong time, being pincered by two of our giants in the lobby. And we did see that very quick perspective of RRQ, and I mean, they've got 3 eliminations under their belt, AJ. They are not being contested at all. Bigatron tried, they failed, and I'm a bit worried we're going to be seeing that orange snowball yet again.
Always nice to have a rich friend. Koja just buys back his full squad, no questions asked. Not asking them to repay any favors whatsoever. Ikui. Oh, what a connection. Far East though. Oh, my goodness. This kid is insane. And they're going in for the instant chase, looking for that extra point. We'll catch up with them in a bit. Pharaoh, on the other hand, looking for the play on the side of AGAL. Cypher, low plasma gun in the hands of Jump. And he will find the final nail on the coffin for AGAL. Was supposed to recover in this game, but instead they are the first ones to falter.
I think this might just be it for AGAL. I just don't see a way for this team to be able to get that first spot for today. So I think for the rest of the day, if you're AGAL, I think play with no expectations, but play with the intention to learn and get ready for tomorrow. Because, yeah, I like today, the odds are very low, but if they can learn the patterns and the play styles of the other teams, then they're going to... Oh, it's a bit late. Reaction time is key. There we go.
Fires. Couldn't do much in that situation. And obviously WAG always had the advantage there. GOW's Akoi though, slowly circling around. Falcons from outside pressuring them, so GOW. And obviously Akoi is looking for that vending machine and gets scanned out by the Dinoculus. Falcons know exactly where he is. Peroro on the flank. Yeah, couldn't get away. And timing was key there for that AC-80 takedown. And Falcons looking so much more sharper on this Bermuda map.
Looking a lot sharper. Although I have to say, I kind of felt like they were going to be more aggressive on Bermuda, but maybe they're also just restraining themselves. Because we've also seen them get a little bit too aggressive at times, and they lose placement points because they try so hard to grab all these eliminations. So maybe that little bit of restraint is going to help them place a bit higher in their matches, as GOW yet again struggling, this time running into RRQ of all teams. And Akoi might not be alive for much longer.
Yep. RRQ just playing with their food, just forcing Akoi out of position. And Dudes already knew what is about to happen. Kind of flanks around alongside a Bay. Too easy for RRQ. And they might just look to settle this fight up against Vitality as well as they slowly rotate in towards Factory.
That could be the play. But I have look at this gold. 2,800. Was that on Dudes? Jeez. That is rich. This is the thing I'm a bit worried about here, AJ, because again, just like the first 2 games, RRQ, no one is competing with them. They are getting all the gold, all the money, as many eliminations as they want. And it just seems like it's going to continue going on this way, whereas everyone else, I mean, they are all fighting amongst themselves, but I hope they're ready to deal with this giant of a team like RRQ. I think if you don't have several teams pelting RRQ at the same time, I kind of feel like we're just going to be looking at another orange booyah again. But see if someone can compete with them at some point in time, because they're not leading in eliminations. It's actually Falcons leading with 5 eliminations in the lobby so far. Quite spread apart as well. Not one team taking everything from everybody else. And we still have 11 teams in the lobby. Coachil, gotta be so careful. If he walks through that doorway yet again, he might be sniped. It looks like
But PE
PE are going to be the
Sports, though.
ones.
Ah, Nate. And Ray managing to sidestep that. And what a glue wall by Rasia. Just bouncing the nade sent in by Nero. And almost got the clip onto Ray. Everything's going wide thus far. Nero not lucky just yet with those lethals. LBT on the flank from the right. Looking for at least one here. And Pharaoh trying to aim at them as well from afar. Nobody getting lucky just yet. That ice grenade is just going to force them out of position. But this is a stalemate between the two.
I think it's a little bit of an awkward fight for these teams. If they do try to commit for it, I feel like this is going to be a very, very dangerous bloodbath for these teams. But Esports, I think they're preparing in case a rush does eventually happen. So it's up to Esports if they want to be the ones to try and make that rush. Because if it doesn't happen anytime soon, then they're probably just going to wait and see where that next circle is going to end up going. And yeah, I think we're not going to see any movement now. I think this is where both teams just sort of camp out and see if anyone else gives them an opportunity. Laho, that was very close.
The next circle is going to be pretty crucial. And quite a number of players thinking that it's going to land somewhere between Kota Tua as well as Peak. And it is land exactly there. And a great rotation as well by Buriram. So they don't really have to move all that too much. But Falcons maybe looking to take them out of the equation here before entering this next circle. There is another squad outside and behind Buriram as well that could pose to be a huge threat. But let's see what happens to Buriram this time around.
So now we have RRQ hunting around, sharing the same compound with GOW, who are on this rooftop, I believe. And oh, Demon, he is going to be spotted there by RRQ. So unfortunately for GOW, if they move the wrong way, we know Dutz wants some blood. This man is hungry. He is so hungry. He's ready to take anything. But
Yeah, it's such a tight spot.
Such a
Getting the
tight
hit list
spot,
there,
AJ,
yeah.
and limited compounds now. Like very little resources. You have to fight for those resources now.
And of course the circle's just squeezing everyone in on the 11th minute, 11 seconds, 11 more teams left in here, but full squads, 44 total players. And that just means this is about to turn into a party at Bermuda. High ground taken by GOW, great rotation from them. Falcons are going to be pressured here because Toda looking for the rotation in, and of course RRQ may just show up on that roof as well shortly, so GOW needs to watch out. And if they do get up there, Falcons going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, Diane's been caught there by Falcons. So GOW, even on the rooftop, they're not safe. But now everybody's kind of waiting now, AJ. They're trying to figure out, okay, where's this next circle going to be?
I'm not too keen on the position held here by Toda. Playing a huge risk, and if they want, they have to take the spot of Falcons away right here, right now.
All right. Where is it going, AJ?
My goodness.
My gosh.
A great spot held here by Team Pharaoh, so they don't really have to rotate all that too much. Falcons up against Toda. These teams need to move. 29 seconds, not just to make your decision, but to make your move and to find those eliminations as you get into the next circle. Pina finding the connection and the Steffi pop at a timely manner, but Toda's not really looking to toss those nades in just yet.
Yep, and
Oh,
they
what
want
a
this
shot.
trench. Yep, they're gonna fight this Todak for this trench because this is the best line of natural cover that they can get their hands on, but they're gonna lose Kororo for this very expensive battle here. They will be able to eliminate Todak, but they've lost Kororo. And I kind of feel like, was that maybe too expensive of a loss, AJ?
Oh, GOW was the biggest winner in that engagement, and Pina gets the revenge. This is what you get for sneaking away our points, but as they fly on in, the recovery instantly popped here by GOW. The time turner played really well. GOW wanted to go in here for the finisher. They could have just taken their chances with that high ground, but they wanted to take that up close and personal fight up against Falcons, who were looking for the recovery, and they picked on the wrong monsters. They lose 3 players in succession. GOW from in a good spot to a really bad spot now.
Yeah, oh boy. This is getting very dangerous now. Now, Buriram, they're out in the open using glue walls, but they want this trench that Falcons have just secured for themselves, but they're just not feeling confident enough to try and fight for this anymore. So now that circle, as it moves, Falcons and Buriram also needs to move alongside it. And while they do, they're out in the open. Glue walls becoming one of the most important resources as they travel along the blue zone.
Yeah, great play thus far. Wasana trying to back up the rest of his team members with those shots. RRQ trying their best to stay silent. Recovery on one of their crucial players, Dutz here, who has the grenade launcher in hand. But Ma'al shot down to the ground. Recovery impossible. Zenzi finds the Punisher. Now EWOS up against RRQ and Dutz shut down. And that is the key player to take out of the equation because his nades could have done EWOS in. PE Esports not giving the squad any time to recover. The pincer shuts down RRQ and prevents a back-to-back-to-back booyah.
We're going to be getting a new team that gets that booyah for this round, but who is it going to be? GOW eliminated in 6th place for the round, leaving us with our top 5 teams. And that circle is shifting to the right, and I don't believe anyone is there, so we're going to be seeing a massive dogfight amongst our remaining 5 teams. Moja being caught out there by Jump on the side of Pharaoh. Loho being caught there by Explorer as well. Cougar eliminating Jonah. Buriram is out of the game!
And WAG could not stand tall up against EWOS, who has decided to wake up in the competition. Pharaoh had the better chance here of looking for the circle, but they didn't want to stand outside like sitting ducks. They take the fight to EWOS, and grenade launcher after launcher into the house, and Dawn whips it out in style. It's Team Pharaoh with their comeback booyah at Bermuda.
And what an amazing way to end the game here for Pharaoh, who had a very tough 2 games for our playday today, finally catching a break, and at the same time securing a load of elimination points as well. I do believe they were sitting on 12 before the fight happened, so add 4 on top of that and they will get 16 eliminations plus those booyah points. Ooh, Pharaoh going to be feeling much better in game number 3, and maybe even thinking now, do we have a chance at maybe swiping away that first place ourselves?
I mean, guys, don't forget to hit that like, by the way. Like Karo, stream at Like Karo. You know what it is, baby. We need to get this up to 2,000 likes before we end the broadcast, when we are only halfway through. Who would have expected Pharaoh to pull away the booyah? But that's exactly what you can find in a game where you've got 11 teams surviving up to the 11th minute. That was just way too many squads, way too many players for such a tight little compound. And GOW threw away one of their biggest opportunities. Of course, they had to rotate because the circle was moving on in. But the timing that they played up against Falcons was so unfortunate. With their high ground, they could have punished Falcons, but instead they wanted to take a CQC and they got punished instead.
It's probably nerves. You know, you think you're making the right play, and with just so many factors, like the more teams and more players are within an area, there's so many elements that you just don't have control over anymore. Whether somebody decides to third party, whether somebody decides to launch themselves in. So unless you're the one making all the calls in that match, it's just, yeah, sometimes you have to take those risks. You got to make those risky plays. I mean, I feel for GOW. This was supposed to be a map where they have their redemption arc, when they can put themselves back up on that leaderboard. And I mean, I think they did the best with what they could. It was just too many external factors that really limited them from being able to play their absolute best. So, I mean, I hope they have a plan for these next 3 games, because there's no more Bermuda. You've got other maps that you have to play. And are you confident enough to get those points on those maps? We'll have to find out.
And the right elements need to play its own role for that final circle battle in order for you to pull away the booyah. And obviously Team Pharaoh had the right weapon in their pockets. That grenade launcher in the hands of Dawn. The team barely needed to do any work. You know, no glue wall melters, no riptide rhythm, nothing. It's just this guy pumping in lethal after lethal, nade after nade, getting those clips, and of course the wipeout. A tad bit unfortunate for RRQ that got pincered by 2 squads as they try to make their way in. And obviously, at one point of time, if Dudes had been a little bit more proactive with his own grenade launcher, he could have been a world of difference for the side of RRQ. They would have been able to snuff out the team of EVOS, but EVOS just didn't give them any room for that at all. Those glue balls were played really well, and they disabled their big brothers RRQ from walking away with a triple booyah to kick this day off. But of course, at the same time, they put themselves in a little bit of a pickle as well. They could not walk away with their own booyah.
So we finished up 3 games here today so far, ladies and gentlemen. We've still got 3 more to go, but obviously the players, they're going to have to sort of think, okay, if you're not in a great spot after the halfway point, what do you change, right? Like, you've got to change something, because clearly whatever you're doing today, or at least for the first 3 games, has not worked. And for the teams in the front, what do you do to stay in the front? Do you continue doing what you're doing now, or do you maybe consider changing things up? Because obviously we're going to start seeing some teams adapt, because they've already got their eyes on, they know who's the strong teams, who are the ones securing all the points, who do we need to shut down, who could we maybe even harass. Sometimes in tournaments you start seeing these teams that are struggling for points, they will harass the other bottom performers to get those cheeky points in and to push themselves up that leaderboard.
And with this solid game, Pharaohs, they have managed to sneak themselves into the top 3 for sure, because they were pretty close. They didn't really have bad games in the first 2 maps, and this was that one opportune moment that they have managed to grab here for themselves to really put themselves right back into the fight, right? If we look at their past matches, we'll catch up with that in a little bit. Let's look at some of their performances here as well. With Jump walking away with 3 eliminations, 3 knockdowns, 1,899 on the damage as the rusher of the squad, rocking the Oscar, had the Joseph as well as Ford on him. And this is one of those standard combos, right? That Ford is going to help you recover as you start taking a little bit of damage, and Joseph is just going to negate any bit of those debuffs that you do encounter in the fights, which allows you a little bit more leeway up close and personal. And the man actually walks away with 10 solid assists thanks to that.
10 assists. I mean, it doesn't matter whether you get the assist or the knock, right? At the end of the day, if your team gets the eliminations, that's all that matters, okay? A kill's a kill. So you gotta grab those points wherever you can. But, okay, I kind of want to ask you here, AJ, like, what do you feel for Pharaoh? Why did they struggle for those first 2 games? Was it really just a case of unfortunate events and they ran into the wrong teams? Or did they maybe do something that kind of set them back for the first 2 games and they changed it up in game number 3?
Yeah, early engagements were the main reasons why Pharaoh fell in both Kalahari as well as Nextera, because they were getting eliminations, but they were getting eliminated way too early, therefore unable to collect those placement points. But this time around, they stayed silent all the way until the mid part of the game, where Chaos kind of broke free. They were also in the right place at the right time to pull away some decent points for themselves, kind of playing through the periphery, not getting involved in some of the bigger team fights. But the circle also kind of favored them quite a little bit, right? And like I said, after playing 2 very mediocre matches, 9 points on Nextera, 6 points in Kalahari, this massive 28 points launches them into that 2nd spot. And now they are in the running to qualify for the grand finals early. But of course, knowing Pharaoh, the lack of consistency, I'm not really going to count on that all that too much. But I hope they can keep this up though.
Look how close that top of the leaderboard is, though. So yes, okay, RRQ is still leading by 57, like they're leading with 57 points. But after that, though, 43, 42, 41, and 40. Yeah, like the top 5, 2 to 5, absolutely within reach. I kind of feel like EVOS might be getting a little bit too far to compete for that first spot, but I mean, Pharaoh, Falcons, WEG, and Blue Round, I think if you just have 2 to 3 more great rounds, and I think at some point you also have to say RRQ kind of need to fall down in one of these games, the door is still wide open for anyone to take that first spot today. So if you're RRQ and you're an RRQ fan, I think you want to start feeling a bit scared now. You need to basically ask RRQ, hey, you guys gotta perform for these next 3 games. You have to be top 3 for these last 3 games. If you're not top 3, I think if they even finish in the middle of the pack, I think this might slip away, that first place.
Yeah, unless you want to pull a Pharaoh and get a massive game right after this. Even PE Esports can stand a good chance to get that number 1 spot, right? Of course, it's going to be a massive game followed by 2 consistent matches in order to be able to get that. And like you said, getting into the top 3 is going to be very crucial for the teams to sneak themselves in there. But of course, I think overall, that was a really good game from the side of Faro. But the other teams have to use them as inspiration, right? After kind of doing really badly in the first 2 maps, a comeback is still possible. And if Faro can do it, the other teams definitely can catch up as well.
Yeah, but also you have to think, RRQ, somebody's got to deal with this team, or you kind of hope maybe they just do very badly on one of these 3 maps. Actually, statistically speaking, AJ, for our last 3 maps, which one is their weakest map, statistically?
Let's keep that one out of the question for the time being, because if you look at the other teams, for example, Falcons, statistically, Alpine Solara, they do really bad there. But we want to catch up on the conversation in a little bit. We've got an interview coming up for you guys after that, followed by a quick short break. When we come back, the final 3 matches of the day. Make sure you guys don't go anywhere.
All right, survivors. We're halfway through the games today, and as per usual, we're gonna have a bit of a conversation with one of your favorite players. And this time, it's coming from RRQ Kazu. Here is the king of the devil himself. Langsung kita sapa bersama-sama ya, katanya Raja Iblis nih. Pasti keren banget nih. Siapa lagi kalau bukan Maal? Hello Maal. Everyone please say hello to Maal. Hai Mal, boleh ya kita ngobrol-ngobrol sebentar, mumpung kita lagi jeda sejenak, ngumpulin nafas dan juga semangatnya lagi nih ya. Oke, Mal, saat ini kalau kita lihat RRQ Kazu sangat positif, 2 buya berturut-turut di game pertama dan juga game kedua, dan untuk sementara juga memimpin today standings. Apa yang sedang kamu rasakan, apa yang memotivasi RRQ untuk perform lebih baik lagi dari biasanya di matchday hari ini? Silakan dipikir-pikir jawabannya, aku sambil translate dulu ke teman-teman kita di Asia Tenggara ya. So Maal, seeing how incredible RRQ Kazu has been performing today, 2 buyas in a row, and currently leading today's standings, what exactly that motivates you and RRQ to perform even better today?
Yang dirasakan sih belum senang karena masih ada 3 match lagi sih.
Aha, jadi dirasakan masih belum happy, masih ada 3 match lagi, artinya masih belum berpuas diri nih.
Ya, betul.
Ya betul, irit banget sih jawabannya. Gara-gara di sana jual mahal nih, tapi nggak apa-apa. Aku akan translate dulu. So he's feeling happy, but he's not satisfied yet because there's still 3 games left, and RRQ still wants to do even better. So yeah, let's see how they goes in the next 3 games. Oke, sekarang yang berikutnya nih, Mal, kalau ngelihat persaingan sejauh ini, kemarin kan soalnya kalau berkaca dari Clash Squad Mode, RRQ nih ternyata tidak sesuai harapan. Banyak yang bilang juga, iya RRQ tuh jagonya di Battle Royale, bukan di Clash Squad. Tanggapan kamu seperti apa? Aku translate dulu ya, seperti biasa ya. What would you like to say to the fans or to all the survivors who thinks that RRQ Kazu is only meant for Battle Royale because you guys don't really perform well the other day when it comes to the Clash Squad mode?
Kayaknya benar sih kayak kata orang-orang. Kalau kita tuh jago di BR sih, kalau di CS agak kurang lah.
Kenapa kamu pasrah banget sih, Mal, jawabannya? Ada lagi nggak? Ada lagi yang mau disampaikan gitu yang bisa lebih memotivasi kamu dan juga teman-teman kamu gitu?
Udah nggak ada, cukup udah.
Okay, so apparently the answer is yeah, maybe RRQ is indeed better when it comes to the Battle Royale instead of the Clash Squad mode, but at least they're doing something and at least they're doing it right because obviously they got the first 2 booyahs in a row, and yeah, we're still looking forward to see if they can get any more win on the last 3 matches that we have left. Okay, last question. Maal, bermain dari jarak jauh nih ya, nggak ada di studio bersama-sama karena kita juga sama-sama tahu lah seperti apa kondisi Indonesia saat ini. Apa yang mau disampaikan kepada teman-teman players dari tim Indonesia lainnya? Silakan dipikir-pikir, aku translate dulu ya. So, Maal, is there anything you'd like to say to the other Indonesian teams? Because we all know that not playing in the same studio is of course something that hits us differently. We all know the situation in Indonesia is not really okay right now. Is there anything you'd like to say to support the other teams and to support your own teammates in this type of situation?
Stay safe semuanya.
Stay safe everybody. That's it. Itu doang. Maal, aku samperin kamu ke sana ya. Beneran masa jawabannya cuma stay safe aja. Apa-apa? Semangat teman-teman, we're in this together atau apa kayak gitu?
Semangat guys.
Semangat guys, keluarin dong suara Raja Iblisnya. 1, 2, 3, semangat guys gitu.
Semangat guys.
Alright, stay safe everybody, and thank you so much Mal for your precious time. Good luck with the rest of the games. Bye bye. Okay, itu tadi Maal, but survivors, we're gonna go back to the game, but we're still going to have a bit of a break first. Jadi jangan kemana-mana, stay tuned only on Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 Fall.
Halo guys, gua I'm God dari tim Esports Divine, role gua Raser. Oh Joena ini, Joena Buriram. Oh bukan, tim Vietnam. Dengan satu huruf. Wih, siapa bang ya? Dari Heavy harusnya. Oh Nero, nggak tahu bang. Ini Onicrime. Oke. Oh ini kagak tahu nih. Terus saya dari Malai bang. Kurang tahu deh sih bang. Nggak bisa tebak? Iya nggak bisa. Oke. Ini tim Indo harusnya Kagendara. Oke. Oh, tim Thailand. Falcon Keroro. Oke. Ini yang megang CBR Strines, tim Vietnam, Flash, tim Resident ya betul. Ini BTR Kojak. Oke om. Moshi. Siapa? Ini tadi nggak tahu. Oke. Ini siapa ya? Serius. Oke. Butuh counter Esports Divine di kalah hari dong.
Halo guys, nama gua Dut dari tim RRQ, role gua support system. Siapa ya? Aduh gua nggak tahu lagi bang. Dian, bukan ya? Bukan. Oh, skeleton. Ini mah anak Onyx, keren. Ya bener kan? Coba bang, cluenya. Di Malaysia, logo tim bergambar kucing. Nggak tahu gak? Siapa itu bang? Alif. Nah ini tahu player Indo juga. Raf, KG. Wah ini musuh gua bang. Keroro. Siapa ya namanya? Gua tahu tapi lupa. Dead. Yakin. Gampang ini. Cluenya. Hah? Tim tanpa role sniper. Nyerah. Oh. Wah ini mah. Mosi. Siapa ini bang? Kenapa ada gua bang? Aneh kali bang. I'm God. Tanpa clue gua bang. Tanpa clue. Ya buat semua tim good luck lah. Semoga kita bisa bertemu di Thailand nanti.
there, survivors. Welcome back to week 3, day 1 of the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 Fall Knockout Stage Battle Royale Edition. And yes, it's just day 1. We are still trying to figure out who is our first team to make it to the grand finals with our first place slot. We're only halfway through the competition here, and so far, RRQ, they're looking to be the team to look out for because they are leading with a massive 57 points. But in second place, we have several teams hot on their tails, with 43 being the second team. So all it takes is 1, 2, sometimes maybe even 3 games to have their spot taken. But AJ, we still have plenty more games to go through because again, we're only halfway through. We've just done 3 games. We've got 3 more to go.
And the teams that you said were close enough are teams like Faro, Falcon, WAG, Buriram, as well as EVOS. Yes, EVOS is still in pretty much shooting distance. Some may want to count Virtus Pro in there, but looking at consistency issues, I don't think Virtus Pro is going to be such a big threat for RRQ as of this point of time. But this next map is going to be crucial to identify exactly which team is going to be able to catch up with RRQ, because it's not RRQ's best map. They do have a Booyah here though, of course, but not really the highest number of points. Falcons, EVOS, as well as AGL, and AGL has got 2 Booyahs here at Purgatory to their name. So these 3 teams definitely can put up a strong fight, and this might just be the comeback map for AGL.
Well, speaking of AGAL, glad you brought them up. We are having a slight roster change here for AGAL. So Baros is going to be out, and they're going to bring Chinoi in for map number 4 here. So, I mean, if you're bringing in a new player, again, we've said this for some of the other teams. I think it was GOW that had a player swap in Bermuda. If you're bringing someone in, you got a plan. And I hope this plan works out for AGAL because I think they're trying to figure, I think their whole team out at the moment. They're just not having a great play day today because 19 points in 3 rounds. Yeah, something's not working. And I think at this point, you got to find out, okay, what is going to work? Is it a player issue? Is it a strategical issue? And I think they tried different strats for the past 3 games, and now they're probably trying to evaluate, is it a player issue?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I think the practice to dominate on a stage as wild as this needs to come in a little bit more in advance. Right now, it's just go out there and it's do or die time. Unfortunately, in a good game of Free Fire, you do tend to falter quite a number of times if you cannot find the circle as consistent as some of these pro teams who are so good at reading the circle. RRQ has proven that to be their recipe for success game after game after game. They have got a 67% top 3 rate at this point of time, and honestly, they almost got a 100% top 3 rate if they didn't get taken out prematurely in that pincer by EVOS and the squad from Vietnam. So at the end of the day, if you are going to have your rotations on point, you're probably going to be on the higher end of the leaderboard overall, which is the point that a majority of these teams are still struggling with.
Yeah, look, it's like your methodical thinking for Free Fire. The word consistency is the bread and butter of this game. Like, if you can keep performing well, there's a good chance you're either going to win or you're going to place high. So, if you kind of want to start to kick into that consistency and high-performing consistency, not just average, you need high-performing consistency, it's now. Especially if you're within that top 5, because anything can happen up there. I don't think we're going to be locked into this 5-way for much longer, AJ. I'm going to be the bad guy here. As much as I love RRQ, amazing team, they're looking fantastic. This team struggles with nerves sometimes. And I kind of feel like if the moment someone pressures them for that first place, the team cracks. They do sometimes have moments where I think the mental fortitude during the beginning of the tournament, it's good because it's a clean slate. But once that pressure starts to kick in, I think we've seen in a couple of tournaments, sometimes they do break mentally as a team.
How dare you talk about Ma'al like that?
I love RRQ. What are you talking about? You're the unbeliever. I've been cheering for this team for I don't know how many seasons now.
Yeah, they've been stressing a tad bit too much, and we understand why, because once again, ever since the new ruling got brought in with Champion Rush and whatnot, things just haven't been faring well for them, because they've figured out many aspects of the game so far when it comes to rotations, when it comes to the mechanical capability, when it comes to understanding exactly how to get the most number of eliminations to your side of the squad. But unfortunately, luck just doesn't seem to favor them at this point of time, and they never thought they would need luck. They always thought that they could just count on themselves, but this is just the universe and the game just showing them in the most cruel manner that you do need a little bit of a smile from Lady Luck as well. And that's exactly what Pharaoh had, right? All of the right elements towards that final game earlier on Bermuda. And you know, when luck is on your side, when you've got the right weapons, you can do a majority of the damage that's well needed out there to pick up those crucial points. RRQ gets that on their side before the grand finals. It's just that on grand final today, they haven't been able to see much of it just yet. They have gotten so close so many times, and they just have not been able to close out in the way they expect to. But perhaps this is that season, right? The season where Buriram seems to be experimenting with something wild. Maybe now you can finally take that opportunity in your hands and run away with it.
Yeah. And maybe this is the season where we start to see the Lucky Charm meta, AJ, where historically in esports, not all teams do this, not all players do this, but some players will have Lucky Charms. So when they go to competitions, they'll bring things with them that inherently to them is their Lucky Charms. And I've heard all kinds of things being Lucky Charms. I would love for the players moving forward, considering how luck is such a strong element in this game sometimes, to bring their own Lucky Charms, whether it be to have a plushie on the table, maybe they have a drink that they like to drink for the final round. If they wear lucky socks, lucky clothing, I think it would be really cool if we can start seeing, you know, like personal touches for the players, because, you know, as much as a competition this is, you also need to make sure that mentally you can also play at your best. Even though, let's say you've had the worst play day possible, we've seen teams come back from the brink of extinction. And all it takes is for that mentality to flip around. And so even just these little personal touches to the matches, tournaments, and for the players themselves, like your comfort, your mentality is really important alongside the luck. So I want to start seeing some things from the players. You know, bring your lucky stuff. Show us what you got. You know, show us your personalities too.
Yeah, maybe their lucky charm for the Vietnamese team is like a can of Red Bull. I don't know.
I think it's
bring it
Yunsul.
in.
If that woman is on stage, the region just pops off. So bring in the host.
No comment.
No comment.
See, here's the thing, right? You know, many of teams have gone out there, they've given it their best. Maybe that's exactly what's missing here, that lucky charm. Maybe, you know, they need to fall in love and try to prove something to their loved one or something. I don't know, but whatever it is, they better get it done now because we are running out of time. This season, you've got lesser days in play for Battle Royale, so whatever it is, you need to get yourself in check as quickly as possible. We've got 6 days, and these 6 days are technically, you know, there's nothing wrong in not finding the early qualifier. There's nothing wrong at all, right? But if you do get it, you get an extra bit of break. And like I said, if you're one of the better teams out there who are good in strategizing and you're already decent with your gunfights, you get to study the other teams a little bit more easier. You don't have to be hustling each and every single day.
Yeah, so I think I agree with you 100%. So, well, it's time to go, AJ. Match number 4 of the day. We do not have any other changes in our lineup, so everyone else aside from AGAL is going to be running the exact same lineup, and it is time to fly in to Purgatory. Are we going to see some crazy shenanigans after we've had our break? Because I think this is probably the best time for teams to have had a talk with their coaches, the coaches to give them a rundown of what's happened, what they need to improve on. And most importantly, I want to see, is there going to be any challenging from some of these teams? Because I feel like sometimes this early game, you can't just have a completely passive early game. I think sometimes you have to be the ones to put your fate in your own hands and try to take it yourself. And what's on? He's still flying, and Osiris, unfortunately, will not be able to finish him off. And straight away into... Okay, Don, what's the play, Don? Are we just going to delay?
He's got the advantage here. Pulls out the time turner. M1014 needs to put a little bit of a distance, jumps back into the vehicle, and with the MP5, I think that's a misclick.
Oh, please one. Oh.
Yeah, that's a misclick. Unfortunate for Don, and he got taken down a little prematurely here. GOW, definitely not one of the better teams on this Purgatory map. Your top 3 teams to look out for would be Falcons, EVOS, as well as AGAL. And if you want to throw a couple of more squads in there, that's WAG as well as Buriram. RRQ comes after that. And they're the only one who has had a very solid booyah here. They're very good at placements when it comes to Purgatory. But surprisingly enough, this is just one of those maps that RRQ is usually very silent on. They don't get a lot of eliminations.
Yeah, well, that's how they've been playing the entire tournament day to day anyway, right? Like, they've been very quiet. They're looking for eliminations, but everyone's dodging them dodging them as best they can. So if RRQ just gets the same game today in this matchup where nobody harasses them, nobody bullies them, they have a free day of looting, I still think this team is going to be able to finish strong, whether it be only placement points or maybe it's a combination of both. So I really think some of these teams that are in that 2nd to 5th place, somebody's going to have to take that bullet for the rest of the team and basically eliminate the front runner. But aside from that little skirmish we saw initially from some of our teams, it looks like we are going to be seeing a bit of a quieter early game as everyone repositions and figures out, okay, what is the plan? And they make their initial predictions. Where is the circle going to start heading?
And you finding a very early catch onto a Bigatron player, Koja taken out of the equation. AGAL pretty happy for sure with that engagement, but they are hungry for more because they definitely need quite a number of points to climb up the leaderboard. They're currently holding on to 19 points accumulated over 3 games, and that's not a lot at all.
No, it's really not a lot. And you're halfway through the play day as well, so you got to pick up those points now. Otherwise, just treat the rest of these games as learning experiences. So AGAL going to run into Bigatron here. We'll be able to pick up a couple of bit of loot as well. Cypher, all it needs is to see a head pop out the corner, and he's kind of seeing he's going to go for it. Duani has no idea. Oh, but it's not the one shot though. So he is down to half health. But Team SR going to shot down and Cypher. He tries to go forward. Going to be able to hide himself between those blue walls. Chino not looking too healthy himself, but he will get cut down. And oh no, AGAL, this aggression turns on its head.
Cypher looking for some way to survive this encounter. And 590, just enough to break down his own glue wall and then get sprayed down to oblivion by Kyong. One final survivor though, looking for the revival onto the full squad. And my goodness, Nameless there, he made that look way too easy, shutting down Noki.
Yeah, oh boy. Gonna switch on over to Buriram here. Now this is a big battle as well. RQ versus Buriram. If any of these teams are knocked out here, this would be a huge change in the leaderboard. Buriram, they can't afford to lose this fight, otherwise they're out of the running potentially for that top 1 place. Now the thing is it going to be a full 4v4 or are they going to play this maybe a 3 versus 4 or 3 versus 3? It's too early, AJ, but they're going to make the commitment.
Yeah, what a nade by Dirt's taking away half the HP from Jonah. And 18D tagging him with the FGL as well. But the med kit, super med, will come in handy in the nick of time. Ice grenades now just forcing Get High and Wasana out of their defenses. Jonah forced back as well, and AGAL falters so early on. Bigatron losing players as well to the side of PE Esports.
Oh,
while
Wasana's
the
gone.
showdown between Buriram and RRQ continues. Jonah not in a lucky spot. And we are left with just Moshi. Riptide Rhythm, come on Moshi. Looking for one and he finds it. And this is going to slow RRQ down. But a Bay catches up. He looks for yet another. Can Moshi, the insane man, get this done all on his own?
If Moshi makes this play happen, it would be legendary. Oh, he's been caught. Buriram, 11th place. Oh, that's devastating. They got 3 eliminations out of all of that, but oh man, they get 0 placement points. AJ, does this mean Buriram is now out of the running for top 1 today?
I mean, unless they score a 40-pointer in the next game. Because we still have got 2 games where, 2 maps where Buriram is very solid at, right? Solara, they are the best performing team. And Alpine, they used to be the kings of Alpine at one point of time. So if we see a little bit of that version of Buriram, jumping back into this is going to be a no-brainer at all for the 2-time world champs. But of course, they crashed and burned there up against RRQ. And you gotta thank the nades out of RRQ for initially just tagging them up. And Moshi got involved in that fight way too late.
Okay, I was watching Buriram play that fight, and it almost seemed like they were trying to bait RRQ into Moshi. So they revealed 3 players, and obviously RRQ does not know where Moshi is, so they were trying to slowly back them in range of Moshi, but it was just the distance between Moshi and the rest of the team too far away for him to be a significant impact in that fight. So I think we both could see the concept there for Buriram. It was just placement-wise, positioning-wise, just too far for that trap to really kick in. So this is just the genius of this team, right? Like, yes, it didn't work out there, but they play Free Fire at a next level compared to a lot of teams.
Yeah, absolutely spot on. And of course, shout out to Buriram on top on the YouTube chat as well. He called me sus for predicting that Buriram will not be qualifying in that #1 spot today. I mean, come on, bro. My predictions are pretty much on point all the time.
Okay. Rubbing the salt in the wound, AJ, come on.
His name is Buriram on top. Buriram ain't gonna be on top today. That's all I said.
You have my sympathies, poor viewer. You have my sympathies. It's not over yet though, we still got 2 more games.
Not only are they not on top, they're down at the bottom. Look, they... 2 more games, 2 more games. I've got enough confidence
Where's
that
the
Buriram
fire
will be back.
extinguisher, please? We need the
Falcons though, just chilling, just burning some rubber out here, flirting with the circle. I'm not too sure why, but WAG about to approach a very dangerous squad in the version of EVOS Divine, who are looking for the top spot today as well.
So what's the plan? Are you going to go for a wide angle of approach? They're going straight to Bigatron. Nervous here, AJ. Okay, they reveal themselves, and Bigatron. They just abandoned? Okay, I guess they weren't ready for this at all. They sacrificed a player. One's still there, but I mean, I kind of feel like this is a huge play for WAG because now they've got a huge vantage point and they can potentially see rotations for some of these teams. Okay, successful rotation for WAG. Who's at the mercy? WAG now. Actually, they're going to launch pad themselves into the circle. Okay. Very proactive play suddenly from WAG. Oh, into RRQ.
That was planned.
Okay. Well, good news that I don't think anyone from RRQ was in position to snipe them, but Ma'al probably caught sight of them. So we now have a bit of a situation here, folks. WAG versus RRQ.
Tikui. Oh, dangerous kid. Looking for the shots. Finds one.
Ma'al.
Ma'al.
Oh.
The grenades all get bounced back. What a solid glue wall from RRQ. And those nades do not do damage.
Falcons are on GAW's tail.
And let's see if they can find anything off of that position. Obviously, they're looking for the encounter. Pulls up a solid glue wall, GOW. Time turner as well. The extra layer of protection does not protect Demon, who turns his back, catches limit. Demon is still alive. On fire, going in for the save, but finds nothing. What a slippery man this Demon is.
Oh boy, Peanut in the corner. He's going to try and change his angle of approach here. And they've managed to corner them, maybe. They've got a pickup. Demon goes down there from Falcon, so we have to try and find a way to revive their player. Traps in the meantime, though, going in for a bit of a battle himself up against one. Bigatron will lose this one, and that's going to be an elim there for Todak.
Oh, yeah.
No teams eliminated, though, so far. So everyone's hanging on. Just a couple of pot shots here and there, a couple of drops here and there. But we still are sitting on 10 teams. And everybody is on the side of Brasilia. Nobody is on the side, like on the other side of the river. But it looks like it's going to be where everyone is. So the party continues, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what a fantastic read of the circle by every single squad alive. And there's 10 of them at this point of time, which is just, you know, calling for absolute chaos in a little bit. 37 players still alive. You still have a couple of vending machines out there. This circle is still tankable if you want to run out of the blue, grab a couple of revives, and then head back in. So 3 more players could be brought back in, but Megatron trying to thin down the numbers before that does happen. Virtus Pro right outside, so Bigatron can't really get cheeky with this.
Can't get cheeky. If they could get a couple of elims, it would be really good for the team, though. Oh, but Juan's been caught there thanks to Diamond, and Juan gets sniped out too. So 1 player down already for Bigatron. Kyung running into the compound, going to be blocked out there. Going to use the glue wall. And now just a really awkward angle here for Bigatron. They can't really use the compound, but they can't also exit too far away because they might be within firing shot. They're going to try and head out to the tractors, but I mean, I don't know if I agree with this play here, AJ.
I mean, it is...
They fucked themselves out.
The nade just bounced off of the roof.
Nameless.
Kyung got away.
Kyung.
The Nameless trying to shut him down. Up close and personal, M590 up against the
Deeks.
Drogon, but now it's a 2v1. Kyung does not have the advantage anymore. And a double glue wall erected right in front of him. Nameless with the Superman trying to recover! And Kyung just missed a huge opportunity and puts himself in a little bit of a pickle. The players right after dropping their health right back up. 2v1, too easy for Virtus Pro.
We're outside the circle as well, so these health bars are going to slowly start ticking down. Koja on the rooftop. He tried to prone to keep himself alive, but that's going to be another one there for Virtus Pro. And I think that might just be it there for Bigatron, unfortunately. These players just too far away from that circle. And even if they try to go in, they've got more teams to deal with. And correct prediction here for Pharaoh. Our team that just got the Booyah in a previous round, on their way to maybe getting their next Booyah. But Falcons in the meantime though, fighting in the compound here as well for themselves. They're outside the circle, so they have to either figure out a way to get out or to win. But so far, they're not winning though. Karome on the ground, Peanut been caught as well. It's up to Limit. Limit's the last remaining player. Oh boy, he's still alive. Might be a GG though. Oh boy.
Yeah, it's definitely a GG. The man's stuck in a 4v1. He's got the AWM, but nowhere to go.
Do they know where he is? Oh, they
LBT's
know.
looking for the finisher.
They know.
It's all about timing now. Hey, twist. Hell no. Limit jumps on out, but LBT says hello and bye-bye. Out in 8th is Falcons of all teams. And PE Sports looking strong towards the next circle. Doesn't really have to battle many squads to get into the next zone, but they have to be careful with the position Pharaoh holds on to.
Now, just look at the remaining teams. RRQ going to be here with 2 players down. Johnson Mal taking out 18-0 as well.
GG.
RRQ gone. Thanks to EVOS.
GG.
Opening the door for a couple of our top performing teams to take these points. Pharaoh wanting to grab those points. WAG wanting to grab those points and close that distance between them and RRQ for first place. All of a sudden, that race to first place, the race is on, AJ.
Oh, absolutely. And EVOS, one of the better squads here. But they are getting their numbers thinned down as well. Toda bows out in the 6th spot. Kochil needs to get picked up, but does the job on his own. Aim God just right behind him, looking for the cover as he recovers. Jump flanking around from the right-hand side with the Drogon being the first player to push on in. Takes a little bit of damage from the ice grenade. Cougar with a backup. With the Mag 7 of all things, but they bring out the Steppy to block out any of the nade damage EVOS could think of throwing at them, and now they stand in the driver's seat.
Woo.
And what a pump by jump. They shut down EVOS.
They shut down EVOS, meaning all these points now could potentially go to Pharaoh. Second place team. RRQ is out of the running. I mean, WAG is another contender, but look how injured this team is. They barely have anyone left. And PE, this is not a team that's competing for first place. So for Pharaoh, all they need to do now is if they can grab all of these eliminations and this Booyah, this is going to catapult them up that leaderboard. And I think the question is, is it enough points to overtake RRQ?
And again, Pharaoh is just playing up against all of the data that they've collected in the competition. This is not a map where they're supposed to be performing, but they are going against all odds. They have got absolute ice in their veins, and Cougar gets tagged up by a nade, but that's not going to stop him just yet with the inhaler. Quickly tops his health right back up, aiming to shut down PE Sports from the opposite side. WAG just hanging on by staying silent in this equation, not wanting to pull attention to themselves.
No, smart play for WAG. Aim for those placements and basically just let Pharaoh and PE Sports settle the score themselves before they potentially go down next. Unless I think Police won. He's been spotted. He's hiding behind
GG.
Yes, he's actually going to have to try and go for the heal. Yeah, I think it's GG there for WAG. I don't see Police one surviving. All right, it's a 4v4 here, AJ. Oh, wait,
LBT gets knocked down before PLS1. What in the world is going on? Lahore. PLS1, PSK turns around, gets the knock. Stolen away by Cougar, but PLS1 still standing. An unbelievable play by WAG's PLS1 to survive, but Pharaoh, from not performing 2 games in Kalahari, Next Terra, they make a solid comeback with a back-to-back booyah.
So we had RRQ with the back-to-back. Now Pharaoh
Wow.
with the back-to-back. We need to see what these points are looking like on that leaderboard here. Has Pharaoh managed to catch up to RRQ? And if they haven't, what's the gap? Because now, if no one else is able to get booyahs, let's say RRQ and Pharaoh get the next 2 booyahs, we might have to deal with tiebreakers.
I mean,
Hey, I'm getting ahead of myself, but look, the dominoes are lining up for both teams.
they're definitely lining up, but Pharaoh, what a day, what a play, and what a comeback. They had nothing in the first 2 games, and then they score a massive 28-pointer, and now a back-to-back booyah to not just sneak back into the game, not just to sneak back into day 1 of week 3, but now to stand at that number 1 spot. That is an amazing climb, but unfortunately for them, they need to keep it up. Because just like how RRQ has now started to falter, we've got 2 more games and anything can happen in these last 2 games. And these last 2 games are a huge potential for Buriram to make a comeback. And I think they're pissed because I don't think Buriram meant this to be a slow day. I think they got kind of caught off here. And these next 2 maps, Alpine and Solara, should be in the back pocket of Buriram. And I think we can expect some sort of magic to be played here. But of course, if that goes south, then GG.
Yeah, look, I would love for them to make a comeback happen in 2 games, but there's so many things out of their control as well. It's a matter of, can they get enough elimination points for both of those rounds? Can they even make it to that final circle? Because you don't know where some of these teams are going to be coming from. And are you going to get lucky with loot? Do you get the loot that you need to win the game? Do you get enough loot? Are you not being picked off early?
Buriram has collected 41 elimination points on both Alpine and Solara. Not together, but individually. So, and those are heavy stats for elimination. So they're definitely one of the heaviest gunners on this map. But like you said, everything needs to align, right? The stars need to line up here for the side of Buriram. You know, they don't have a booyah on Alpine, unfortunately, to stack up on their sides in terms of stats, but they do have the numbers to be one of the more threatening squads out there. So maybe they can make something work for them. But, you know, the position that they held, as well as the fight that they took early on in this Purgatory map, just really didn't fare them well at all. Taking on RRQ was just disastrous. And of course, they did manage to hurt RRQ just enough, and that kind of ruined the game for RRQ later on as well.
Yeah, I actually agree. If it wasn't for Buriram, I don't think RRQ would be in such a bad position. So we'll have to see if Buriram does it again. You know, maybe they try and pick a fight. RRQ, you know, you got to get your revenge. You know, it's who is the hungrier team? Is it RRQ or is it Buriram? Because look, if there's anyone that is starving right now, it's Buriram. They haven't had their fill. They've had,
back-to-back booyah and back-to-back MVP here for the side of Jump out of Pharaoh. Once again running the Oscar with the Joseph, Ford, as well as Olivia. Surprisingly bringing Olivia in here. He's the rusher, and he's also got the healing touch out of Olivia. He's kind of like the support player. I don't know what's the method here, but the method is definitely working in the madness of this chaos that we've got out here in FFWS SEA. And clearly, it's working very well for the side of Pharaohs. 4 eliminations, 5 knockdowns, 2 assists, 2,312 on the damage. Jump definitely did a lot out there for the squad.
I have expectations for Pharaoh now. You know, they've impressed us with these 2 games. After a disastrous start, can they keep it going? And is anyone going to do anything about it? Is anyone going to say, okay, Pharaoh's had too many great games. We've got to find out what they're doing that is giving them so much success, which is where the coaches for these teams are going to start to kick in. They have to start realizing, okay, this is a problem team. What are they doing? What are we doing wrong? And how can we potentially deal with this? Do we need to dodge the team? Do we need to fight them early? Do we hot drop them? Are they maybe going to drop too close to us on these next 2 maps? Because these teams have data on each other, right? Like they had data from phase 1. So they better start working with that data now, because honestly, I feel like it is going to be too late for some of these teams already, because you only have 2 matches left. And if you fumble this next match for a lot of the other teams, I think that's it. You're gonna have to just be like, okay, we can't get first place today. We gotta get ready for tomorrow.
RRQ just let go of a 14-point lead at the number 1 spot of the table. They've given that spot over to Pharaoh, who picked up a solid 24, whereas they only walked away with 8 points here. Esports with a little bit of a recovery play, but they are quite low down on the leaderboard. WAG picking up enough to still be in contention for that number 1 spot. So you can see Pharaoh, RRQ, WAG on the top 3 spots now. But Falcons, EVOS, Buriram, not too far away. We can count in Virtus.pro as well if they get a massive round. And technically, even if Bigatron walks away with a massive round in this next map, they still have a good chance. And remember, Bigatron, they call themselves the Kings of Solara, and Solara is that final game. So Bigatron, no matter what, needs to make sure they break through all odds and perform well at Alpine. Technically, that's their worst map. So they really have to pull out some sort of ace out of their pocket here. And they could just be your number 1 squad who qualifies first for the grand finals. Even the team that's in the 9th spot stands a good chance.
But they got to pull off 60 points in 2 rounds. I think that's what you got to aim for if you're bigger. It's a big ask, but look, if it happens, that would probably be one of the best ways, most explosive ways to make it into the grand final. But at the moment, it is still a dream. That reality has not kicked in yet because we are not in the game yet. So look, teams are having discussions, people are going to the toilet. As far as I can see, there are no roster changes as well, so we are good to go for this next matchup. But if you got a plan B, if you have an ace up your sleeve, if you think you have a chance at coming in first today, you got to bring it out now. I think you can't save it for that last game because some of these teams are going to be out of reach of first place after this match.
Yeah, and of course, we are looking for the teams to go out there and give their very best. And honestly, guys, this is just pure entertainment in the world of Free Fire. We really don't care who makes the first qualifier because for us, it's just all out fun. Watching these teams really go all out, try their best to wreck each other and earn a decent spot. But like you can see, the Southeast Asian lobby is not an easy one. Even dominant teams are not able to maintain consistency because of just the raw firepower in each and every single one of these squads out there. The potential from these teams are just way too big. So nobody can afford to sleep on, their opponents out there. They have to be really careful. They have to play their rotations very well. And, one of the elements that you talked about in terms of if anybody wants to stop RRQ, they have to stop them early, kind of came into play as well, Danny. We saw Buriram bump into them. Although Buriram failed, it was still the kryptonite for RRQ. Getting into an early engagement put them on the back foot. They couldn't get to the final circle in the way they wanted to.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just, unfortunately, someone's going to take the bullet. And for Buriram, it was fatal in that last round. But all it takes is for somebody to basically get in RRQ's face, stop them or cripple them early. And then all of a sudden, the game is now wide open for everyone else. Now, I don't see Buriram doing it again. I think they kind of learned their lesson in that previous round. They say, okay, we are in too delicate of a position to risk doing that again. So I think this round, Buriram might play a little bit safer. They will probably avoid all of the top teams, maybe try and eat some of the lower performing teams, and then really kick into that late game. I'm just thinking, okay, who else would be the one to run into RRQ? I mean, do you have the stats for where these teams like to drop on Alpine, AJ?
I unfortunately don't have that information on me, but I do expect that to change before we get into the finals because of how heated things are out there. And I feel like teams, especially like teams like Buriram, they're just trying to control the information that they put out there way too early. So getting a little bit of information on that can definitely help out some of these squads, right? For example, RRQ, who have been so good at reading each and every single one of these drop spots and avoiding them like the plague. Of course, it didn't work out in their favor in the previous game, but it definitely will be something they look forward to in these next couple of matches.
Yeah. All right, so final high fives, players and coach, as they get into this round. Maybe a bit of a cheek slap, say, hey, Moshi.
Mostly he's just scamming everyone. That's not the hairstyle he's rocking.
Yeah, I don't know why he's not using it today. It's kind of, maybe that's why they're not performing.
That's why.
That's why. Okay, that
Stop
explains
scamming people,
everything.
Moshi. Catfishing people with a good photo.
It's catfishing. Oh boy. Alright, Alpine coming up in just a second here, folks. But as we get ready for this match, again, send the teams your energy because we are about to wrap things up here with our last two games. First with Alpine and then with Solara. And in the comments, let us know who you think is going to get the booyah in this round. Who do you think has the best chance of securing a booyah in game number 5? Do you think we're going to see another back-to-back? Is it going to be Pharaoh yet again? Will RRQ reclaim the crown as the team with the most booyahs? Or are we going to get a brand new team with the crown? Because there are only 6 crowns to go around, and in 4 of them, they've gone to 2 teams, which isn't really fair, is it?
I'm so tempted to steal Neptune's River Nile joke, but I'll not do that,
it.
man. So Pharaoh obviously are in a really good spot right now, but so was RRQ before the past 2 matches, right? So we can't call it just yet. And Pharaoh has had, many inconsistent games. When you think they're doing well, that's where they falter. I mean, if even RRQ can falter, if even Buriram can struggle, let alone Pharaohs, right? So I think these next 2 games are going to be really crucial. I also want to see the awakening of Evos Divine. So as we head on into Alpine, the best teams on this map, guess what? Pharaoh, RRQ, Buriram. Let's go, baby.
That's disgusting. That is actually disgusting. The 3 teams that are vying for first place. I mean, to be fair, we are not going to count out some of the other top performers as well, okay?
Yeah.
WEG still in the running. Falcons are still in the running as well. It's really going to come down to the start for all of these teams. And if we start to see any pressure coming in from any hot drops, any crazy plays, for Buriram, it's going to be a clean opening. For Evos, it's also a clean opening. Are we maybe going to see a hot drop? It
Yes.
looks like we might see one, and it's Falcons against Bigatron.
Oh, the Falcon Hunters are about to be hunted down. Accidentally, of course. Karoro picking up a solid gun early game. Going up against the Farmers with the burst fire. Karoro should be able to cap this very quickly. Beautiful connection! And Karoro will get the first elimination of the game at the expense of Bigatron and the rest of his players very quickly swarming around him. Diggs, M590 in his hands, playing on the meta, pulls out the time turner as well. Karoro gets tagged and Diggs gets the back-to-back here with the shots. But the instant recovery, all thanks to the time turner that Diggs laid out first, used instead by the Falcon players against Bigatron.
So Bigatron, they do manage to get the 2 buybacks in, but unfortunately for Kyung and Ko, yeah, I don't really see Kyung and Hwan being able to get out of here unless they have some kind of launch pad. But I think the team is just going to be set back to square one, unfortunately. I mean, they tried to go for a bit of a battle here, but as long as they can get those buybacks in, yeah, you've lost your 2 players now, but it's still early in the game.
Bina!
There we go.
What a play, and Falcons 4 points already collected off of Bigatron. If it wasn't for those revivals, team would have been toasted at this point of time. But double revivals keeping Bigatron in the game for the time being. But of course the pace will slow down. That was the only hot drop that we could get ourselves entertained by. And that was a massive pickup for Falcons. And just like that, 54 points in total in their hands. Looking for the catch-up onto Team Pharaoh.
Yeah, so just off of those 4 eliminations, AJ, they are now up to 48 points. So they've already overtaken WAG, who's 56, with no eliminations to their name. So, great stuff here for Falcons. If they can keep this up, I do think they can also compete for first place. We've got 2 games to go. And this is, did you say this was Falcons' weakest map? Or one of their weaker maps?
Yeah, it's Falcons, so, how weak can they be, right? So
Falcons.
it's not their best
They
map,
don't
let's
like
just
the
put it
Colts.
that way.
Okay, they don't like the cult, understand?
Okay. So those stats on the right-hand side, they're actually live. So 54 points as of this point of time. But that's still very, very decent for Falcons. And looks like they want to farm more here off of Evos. This is just pure luck as Evos finds them. And obviously, the pickup onto Ray isn't going to be impossible. Great movements by Coachil. Gets tagged up as well. It has enough glue walls, but that's the final one. Pulls out the time turner as well. Ray down on the ground and again. Was that worth it, Coach Hill? Drives back in to get the pickup onto Ray again. Coach Hill has got no more glue walls. And he's just hanging on for his dear life at this point of time. Hoping and praying to find on fire. And the 2v1! Coach Hill, what a performance!
Oh man, I mean, it's still a very dangerous position there for Evos because they are out in the open. VP in the meantime, though, going to be looking for eliminations themselves. Actually, Boon Jam just saying, okay, we're just going to chuck a glue wall there, just make sure nothing happens because luckily for them, Todak has not made the first move. Diamond, though, still trying to figure out where he wants to go to recoup with his team. And what's the play here for both squads? It seems like they're both indecisive whether they want to fight or not.
Yeah, and I mean, I understand why Todak would not want to fight, but I guess Virtus.pro is not the best team of the day, so they can have their opportunities to second guess themselves. What a shot from Jojo. Finds a head. Puts Exposi down. Don't finish it just yet, and a timely rotation. Tatsuya saves the guy for just a little bit, and Exposi comes back in here for a backstab in a 2v1. Now Boon James in a lot of trouble, has the Bison to back himself up and quickly rotates away, but shows his back to a player from the side of Toda. Nameless hops on in with the XM8 of all guns to back up the rest of his team members, and they cook the boys of Toda.
Luckily for Todak, they're not out. They still have one player, but GOW is the team that is the first one to get roasted and eliminated in the matchup. So GOW out of the running for points. Although we do have AGAL on the screen. So AGAL, this was a team that we have been talking about all day today that has just not been able to perform. And unfortunately, with 23 points, I don't think there's no way we're going to see this team rocket up to first place. I think the gap is just too big.
Yeah.
But I would like to see AGAL throw a wrench in the rankings and actually take away points and maybe even deny some of these teams from having the opportunity to compete on that leaderboard. I think what we want to see is signs of life, so that moving into day 2, day 3, if they don't qualify today, that maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after, that's going to be their day. But to make it their day, they need to look good. And hopefully this is where AGAL can show us that they are still here, they are still contenders, and that they are still very much in the running to make it to that grand final.
Kyung, 1v2. Team SR and Chinoy finds him. Beautifully done in a 2v1. Sci-Fi shut down as well. That's an instant trade back. Megatron actually doing well to keep up with the squad that has been struggling all throughout the day. AGAL, Team SR, beautiful revival coming on through by to you as well. It's the backup player of the squad. Plays the role of the sniper and support player, in charge of bringing his buddies back, and 3 points picked up by the struggling AGAL squad.
Team SI tried to go for Elium himself, has to go for a bit of a juke, able to get away from Bigatron for now, and man, this is a very long drawn battle between the two teams. Koja though, caught on the other end, and Deek's also going to be caught as well. Great pincer there from AGAL to secure those 2 points. Another one as well, Deek's Laho. More points on the board here for AGAL, 5 eliminations.
Yes.
We're starting to see those signs of life.
Oh, speaking of signs of life, Toda just losing yet an RRQ, picking up a freebie as they rotate in, looking for the vending machine, looking for a couple of upgrades. You can see the level 3 West End helmet on the side of Al already. That's exactly how they want to do this. Playing it slow, not looking for those strong engagements early on, just looking for those coin machines, looking for some vending machines. Getting the airdrop as well, just to stack themselves up. But Falcons versus AGAL. This does not look good from that high ground. They take a double shot. Dew is in position. Oh, Cypher! This back turn limit, wrong gun. If he had the M82B, that penetration could have put him down, but the follow-up from Pina is solid. And Falcons are cooking AGAL, but this will not be over just yet. We did just see one player try to quickly scurry off to potentially save the squad.
Oh, is it going to be successful for Chino? Is it going to be shot down from the sky? It will! Oh no, AGAL. They lose Chinoy as well. I mean, they still have one more player left, but we've seen time and time again, you know, sometimes you might have that one player.
Yeah.
If they get intercepted by an entire team, that is their hopes and dreams. gone in a fraction of a second.
But
Let's make
you,
the hopes and
as
dreams.
usual, triple revival and AGAL surprisingly still hanging on.
Thank goodness, especially for AGAL fans. Speaking of dreams as well, RRQ looking to make their dream come true. So close to stealing away that first place back from Pharaoh. I think they're 1 point away now. They just have to figure out, okay, how do we guarantee that we get more points than Pharaoh? And I mean, do you really think they should be playing this slow? Like, are they playing safely to guarantee that late game, or is there anything else that you kind of think of is happening in this team's mindset?
I mean, it's just like what we discussed about Team RRQ. You played slow, you find those engagements in the final circle, guarantee yourself some good placement points, and I think Pharaoh's doing it well for the time being. Question is, how well can they execute this towards the very end, right? RRQ is splitting at the very edge of the circle here, and they need to move a little bit closer, but not ready to avoid the blue, but to find a decent spot. And WAG is just making that very tough on them.
It's a really awkward angle for RRQ. I mean, they don't really have much cover to work with, and they have a few glue walls, but you really don't want to use most of them here. We'll check back on them a bit later on, as we also have Buriram on the screen here. Open for this team. Alright, where is... Okay, well, I have no idea where they want to go yet, but Falcons checking the outside of the circle. About to run into Todak, so they might be able to scrape together some more eliminations as that... Did Todak reveal themselves?
Oh
Okay.
my god! Pina, you monster! Barely took a second there, and the valiant dash to break down the glue walls to make that pickup impossible. Time turner pulled out. Toda holding on for the dear lives, on fire with the backstab, and my oh my, what a swift finisher, courtesy of Falcons.
I don't know if the shooting from Todak was necessary. I mean, maybe they thought they already were spotted. We really don't know what this team was thinking in the moment, but wow, they flipped the script and they told Falcons, hey guys, we're here.
If they needed to even tell them, but my goodness me, I thought they had something good going there, and then Falcons just flipped the script instantaneously. Buriram, on the other hand, finding Virtus Pro, but they are in danger. Pharaoh could just interfere in this fight. And you can see the shots coming from far away. Buriram needs to sneak into the house right now. And they don't do that, and Jump finds them very easily. Cougar hopping on in as well. Wasana taken out prematurely, and Buriram spent way too long in that engagement.
Oh, Moshi is trying to snipe from a distance, but he's so far away from the team, and once Pharaoh go in the compound, Moshi is going to be out of sight, get high, going to be jumping in to try and fight within the team, but he just gets swarmed. It's now down to Moshi and Jonah.
Two more players left in here. Buriram is unable to find the comeback. And Pharaoh, what a strong game and what an opportune moment. Turned into a heavy advantage. Looking at the engagement between Buriram and the squad and just playing their timing right. But Moshi, out of nowhere with a triple on the revive, bringing his full squad back into play.
I mean, he's brought the full squad back, but the circle was so small. If anyone is looking up, there's a good chance he's going to lose some teammates doing this. So Jonah, Wasana going to be flying in together. Bigatron, though, is going to be landing. And if they look up, or P Esports look up, Buriram may lose two more players. Moshi sitting on top of a carousel at the moment, but he's all alone. Man, I don't see Buriram having a really good way of coming back into this game, especially with maybe Get High being spotted and taken out too. So already Buriram down a player.
Pharaoh's just farming Buriram players at this point of time. And look at RRQ, looking for that comeback here. An 18 deer. Splitting away from the rest of the team members. AGL in a tough fight. Looking for PE Esports, who are definitely solid in this game. And the positioning was solid. The pickup is possible here onto Lao. Liu running for his life. Getting tagged left, right, center. Has the super med, but LBT on the way. And from up top of all things, Wasana gets the Punisher.
Look, you know, if you are in a bit of a pickle, sometimes you have to pull off some of the craziest plays. And you know what? If that's going to work out for Buriram, let's do it. Oh my gosh, Coach Shield going to be eliminating a bunch of Bigatron players here. And now they're going to shoot down all of the players. Oh man.
I mean, that's insane. Coach Shield with all things, the Charge Buster, playing the in and out with the Time Turner. Just pixel peeping out of there, keeping the Time Turner as a perfect defense. Aim got though. Farmer sprays down Wasana. Pickup is impossible for Captain Jonah, and Buriram falters. Eliminated in the 6th spot, and EVOS, as anticipated, is going for that #1 spot.
Oh, Aim God though going to be clipped on the ground. Coach Shield as well. Pharaoh!
Wow!
Closing their hopes and dreams. WAG though, going to be keeping their eye on PE Sports. And here we go, folks, the top down view. We still have RRQ, Pharaoh, WAG, EVOS, and PE Sports still in the running for this game. But look at that next circle. It's in favor of RRQ and WAG.
The top 3 teams on the leaderboard right now is Pharaoh, RRQ, and WAG. And all 3 teams are still alive and kicking. But PE Sports stepping it up to perhaps distract WAG, and EVOS could take advantage of this wild situation. LBT, moment of surprise, but unable to do anything. Jump snipes him from across AC80 perfection. And Pharaoh, what a massive game they've got here at Alpine.
It's really going to come down to our top dogs here. And, you know, WAG, they are close enough to potentially steal this title away. RRQ only sitting on 3 eliminations. They need to get rid of Pharaoh because Pharaoh have a bunch of eliminations under their belt. And they do so by getting rid of Cougar. Major knockdown there. Don thrown to the ground as well. Jump as well. RRQ, they have eliminated Pharaoh. They're about to get him. Zensi, last player alive. As soon as they can get rid of him, the only team that's in their way is WAG.
Wow. I mean, that was just teamwork from the top 2 squads to take out, the top 3 squads to take out the #1 team, because they are now aiming for the top spot. Beautiful Riptide Rhythm, breaking down the defenses up top, but that's not gonna tickle them too much. Steffi popped as well from the side of WAG, anticipating those grenades out of RRQ. PLS1 needs to watch his back. Abe circles around, but it is Tikui that catches Ma'al. The sniper is out of the equation. No more Riptide Rhythm for them. 18 Dia dropped as well. The Wonder Kid Tikui doing it all on his own. Can he find dudes as well? Yes, he does. One more shot needed. Down he goes. Tikui, the monster on the side of WAG. And what a way to climb the leaderboard.
WAG, they deny a few points there to RRQ. Yes, RRQ gets 2nd place. That is totally fine, but they would have loved to have had those extra 3 points on top of their placement points to secure their lead over Pharaoh. But the most important thing here, AJ, is that the leaderboard, the situation has changed yet again. RRQ got the placement points, but Pharaoh got 3rd place. Before that 3rd place, do we know how many eliminations they were sitting on? Because if I'm not mistaken, RRQ may have ended that round with 3 to 4 elims, and WAG had 5.
I mean, Tikui was the champion. One final glue wall stood between him and the RRQ player, and the man said, "Brother, no problem, your glue wall means nothing in front of my active skill," and he had the M590 in hand. Amazing play. As anticipated, WAG representing Vietnam still in such a strong way, looking for that #1 spot, and they're definitely in shooting distance. The only problem is Pharaoh. What a massive game of eliminations they got before that final showdown. But RRQ, as well as WAG, teaming up to take down Pharaoh. This is just beauty in the world of Free Fire.
Yeah, no, I think you needed to team up against Pharaoh, because if they didn't team up, I think it probably would have been a Pharaoh game.
Yeah.
But we need to know the point situation now, because we are down to our final game for all of our teams. And it's going to be on Solara, a map that a lot of teams are just not comfortable on.
Yeah.
So I think once they realize how big or small that gap is, then they have to determine, okay, what's the plan for Solara? Because if you're RRQ, I think up until this point, the whole playing safe from start to finish, that's been working out for them. They've been praying at this point nobody has been, going to annoy them, because the one time that did happen, they did not do well.
Yeah.
Pharaoh played quite aggressive from start to finish.
Let me just say this, right? Solara is RRQ's worst map. All right, they out of 18 teams, they are ranked 17 on Solara. All right, so but there's a potential. There's a potential because they can maybe just purely depend on their mechanical skills or something. But they have not perfected the rotation around Solara yet, which has been one of the strongest points of RRQ. Rotation has always been the strongest point. New map, big problems, right? And then you look at Pharaoh. Pharaoh's somewhere around the mid-tier card out of the 18 teams. They're not the best team, but they've got one booyah so far on Solara. So this is a very big opportunity for them to close things off. But the best team out of the three is WAG. With a booyah in their hand, they are very good at Solara, and this Vietnamese team could just go all the way in the next map.
They are on the verge of qualifying for the grand finals on day 1 of phase 2. That would be a statement, not just from the team, but also that the region is turning into a monster of a region itself. It's no longer a case of just Indonesia and Thailand. We have Vietnam coming into the mix as well with their own monsters.
Oh yeah.
Oh boy, we have to see how many points these teams ended up getting, but we'll see it in a moment after our MVP. T-Koi, I mean, this man deserved it, especially with how he opened the floodgates for his team in that final battle.
I mean, he's rocking the shiny, he's got that gear recycle, he's got the Ford as well, he's got the Joseph. This is one of the best setups for the active and passive that you can have for the Russia. He's still rocking the Tatsuya for the great mobility out there, really depending on the extra layer of defense and healing capabilities, as well as the passive to negate any bit of debuff that you can throw onto him to slow him down or stop his pace. Hikui was unstoppable there. No assists, no problem. 5 eliminations, 4 knockdowns, 1,559 on the damage overall. This was not the most, the craziest game out of WAG, but it was just enough. Pharaoh, though, I do anticipate they are going to overtake WAG on the #1 spot just because of their overall eliminations. But now WAG is in shooting distance. One more game could call it between all of these teams, and WAG is the front runner on Solara if you compare the top 3.
I think once we see the numbers, I do want to question if there might be a 4th team in the running. And if that 4th team blows up and steals that first place away from our top 3. Very, very likely. Now, before this match even happened, I believe it was Falcons that was sitting in 4th place. So we'll see right after here. Game standings, 19 points for WAG. So they got the booyah. They had enough eliminations to keep them in that first place. 2 points over Pharaoh, who had 9 eliminations, ending the round in 3rd place as well. And then after that was actually EVOS and RRQ tying for 15 points apiece, because RRQ, although they're in 2nd place, they did not aim for eliminations last round. And here's the thing, AJ. I have a feeling, I have an inkling of a feeling that RRQ, I think they're going to bomb out this last round, because I'm scared they're going to stick to the safe... It's not just the worst map, but if they continue to stick with this passive playstyle, we've seen in the past, right, teams that focus more on eliminations tend to do better than teams that rely on placement points.
Ooh, look at that, man.
Like 50 points for Pharaoh. They're 4 points ahead of RRQ, but they have 50 eliminations.
Yeah, I mean,
that's a huge gap.
Yeah, this is insane. I mean, Pharaoh has been on a amazing run thus far, but WAG, RRQ obviously in shooting range for the #1 spot. WAG is the best seeded team as far as Solara's performance goes. But the team that is ranked right after WAG is Falcons. And you're absolutely right. The team that's currently ranked 4th, Falcons, has got a damn good chance at ripping away this #1 spot. Even EVOS has a good chance at doing so, except that they haven't showed up consistently on Solara just yet for us to believe that they can pull this off. WAG and Falcons, they are definitely the hot favorites to qualifying for our grand finals. Any other team would be a big surprise.
A big, big surprise. Especially with the fact that the average points for a team that does well on the maps today has been, what, somewhere between 24, 26? We haven't seen any 30-pointers today. So, with the fact that nobody has been able to pull off a massive point win, the gap for somebody to come out of nowhere and to steal that first place away. It's really down to our top 5 teams. And that's assuming, firstly, that Pharaoh and RRQ completely missed the mark in this match. As in, they finished towards the bottom of the ranks and they basically pick up no points. That's the only way I can see the doors opening up for Falcons and EVOS.
Here's a fun fact, right? Although Falcons are one of the better teams on the Solara map, Solara is their worst map as far as performance goes, because they're just so much better on the other maps in comparison to Solara. And then you can pull in WAG. It's not their best map, but at the same time, they perform worse on Alpine and Kalahari. And Alpine was supposedly their bad map, where you just saw them just break all barriers and go to the final circle and perform so well. But that was only because they had good survival instincts, and that's going to be key for this next game as well. We have seen teams that are able to avoid a majority of those big engagements, sneak into that final circle, stand a really good chance of walking away with big points. And obviously, Pharaoh did that a couple of times. This time, if WAG can do that, they will be the first team to qualify to the grand finals.
Oh man, I can't wait for this matchup to start. I think it's everything. This is the finale for our matches today. We're going to find out who is going to be going straight to the finals, who is going to be a near miss, who has to play tomorrow, and yeah, I guess that's basically it. There's nothing really else to really talk about here. Just whether these teams are ready to go. I mean, the only thing we can really go off is how they're kind of looking at the moment. And I mean, for PE, you know, they're not a top dog today, unfortunately. But as long as the teams are looking pretty happy and content with each other, I think that's fine. I would only call a red flag if you start to see a little bit of tension between teammates, especially the top performing ones, because they really need to they need to focus. They really can't let emotions kick in now, because any negative emotions, it's going to ruin your mojo.
Yeah, no doubt at all. I think you know, these teams are mature enough to put differences aside, at least for the time being. I don't know, we haven't been able to catch a lot of the camera on Toda just yet. They've been having an unfortunate day, so maybe if there's any team that you could spot that out, it could be on the Malaysian squad. GOW seems to still be, you know, all smiles, even though they're performing worse than Toda, so that's a little bit of a surprise. But in the overall grand scheme of things, I really want to know what's the mental state of the teams that are performing well, especially Pharaoh, who've managed to climb up to the top, and now they are bringing out those passive plays. Like you said, they kind of look a little bit more scared. So this is an issue. And if the track record continues with double booyahs, WAG is going to score big time on Solara and again be the first team to qualify for our grand finals. That would be historic for sure.
So, who's going to crash the WAG party? Someone's got to do it. You know, I think if you don't do it, if someone doesn't put it in for the rest of the team, I feel like this could just be a WAG game. You know, complete run over. Someone's got to do it. And, I mean, actually, maybe Pharaoh could do it, though. Because Pharaoh do look like a reasonably strong team towards that mid to early game when they are hunting for players. So maybe if they're feeling confident, they could give it a shot. But at the same time, it's like you're at the top of the leaderboard. If you make a play like that happen and you lose that 50-50 coin flip, I think that would be the worst loss in the history of your entire career. You would be hitting yourself for years, because I think that would be something that's just cemented in your mind. So, I mean, who else could do it? I don't see RRQ, because they're going to play passive. 100%, I do not see this team changing playstyle.
3 teams could do it. Buriram, Bigatron, Toda. I know, surprising. Toda in the list as well. These are the 3 teams that do so much better than the top 3 teams of our current leaderboard on the Solara map. And you know, Bigatron has been flexing that they are the kings of Solara for a while now already. And they've actually been able to walk the talk. They do have the most number of booyahs on Solara thus far in the competition. And they've got the second highest number of points, only led by Buriram, who are desperately looking for a comeback. So these boys can definitely ruin the party. Toda has got no booyahs at Solara, but they hold more points on Solara in comparison to teams like WAG, Falcon, Esports, Heavy, RRQ, you name it. They're definitely doing well here. So many teams can spoil the party for the reigning top 3 teams of the day.
All right, so no hot drops on WAG. No hot drops on Buriram. Bigatron and Falcons are going to be neighbors.
RRQ?
Oh, RRQ fighting up against Pharaoh. I'm curious, like, who's hot dropping who?
Okay,
no, they're just
They're like, nope.
Good plan.
Oh, very well
Good plan.
played. And all thanks to the update, now you kind of get to adjust to your trajectory a little bit better on these initial drops. So Pharaoh just saying, no, that's just way too risky to take a hot drop up against another team. They obviously didn't know it was RRQ, but whoever it was, they were just not looking to take such a risk. WAG, on the other hand, early drop, free loot all around, so nothing much for them to flex around on. First blood, Toda, as anticipated, doing very well on this Solara map from the get-go. Cypher thankfully dropped far away from the rest of the team members. Will be able to revive one team member of his as he hunts for more coins.
Okay, so not the best start for AGAL, but at the same time also kind of feeding Todak as well. So, oh boy. All right, so maybe we could see a crazy matchup here for Todak because they are one of the better teams to perform on Solara. Gonna switch on over to Buriram here, and so far they're at Studio. And it's going to be a very clear line of sight here for the team. So just a bit of a looting game here for Buriram to get ready for what could be a extremely chaotic mid-game. As I think at some point somebody has to make that move. Somebody has to be the one to pull the trigger and to start that cascading effect. And oh boy, we might be seeing a big battle here, folks. It's EVOS versus WAG. If WAG are eliminated here, this would be huge in terms of that leaderboard. And so far, Expo, he's going to be jumped on here by EVOS. So far, he will be able to get on out. But no, he will finally be taken out on that staircase. Expo bleeding on the ground. Tikoi going to be fighting for the team as well. Taking out Aim God. Is this the retaliation play? The WAG needs to recover. If they can actually repel EVOS here, they will get points, and they should be okay. And it looks like they have managed to successfully repel this battle here from EVOS and actually denying the White Tigers any chance at swiping away first place.
GG, bro. Toda as well as WAG, as anticipated, performing really well. But PE Sports up against Toda is a different story altogether. The Vietnamese team trying to put Toda 6 feet under, and they do! PE will very quickly eliminate the Malaysians from ruining the party of their brothers WAG, because Toda could very easily get into that final circle and play spoilers for the Vietnamese squad. And PE said, just not today, buddy. Warania will be substituted in for Boon James as Virtus Pro looks to make a little bit of an adjustment in their playstyle.
Uh-oh. Big knock there. Abe caught out by Falcons, and that's going to be a point for the team as well, thanks to Kororo, who gets the secure. But Ma'al, as always, just going to go for the quick buyback for the team. And yeah, if you're RRQ, you need to stay far away as possible from Falcons. Although, Esports! They're being shot at there by Falcons. And these are some more points just going into Pharaoh's pockets. Pharaoh, every time this team gets points, the further and further they are going to get away from the competition. So the goal for everyone else in this game is to shut Pharaoh, do not give them eliminations. And oh man, Wasana lost that one against Xbor.
I mean, how, Wasana, are we even seeing this? Xbor finds Moshi.
Okay.
And of course, just leave it to the best performer of Buriram to save the day here for the squad. Takes the problem out of the equation, and Buriram are back into safe zone again.
Back in the safe. I actually think that's a pretty big elimination because you get rid of X4, he's resetting his entire loot as well. So that's going to set him back in terms of his equipment. RRQ though, looks like they will be able to get the buyback. Thanks to Abe coming back into play, so they're back to a 4-man roster. Still 0 points, but I mean, this is bad news for RRQ. They're in second place, no eliminations, and they have been constantly buying back their team. And we've seen this before for this roster, where they play too passively, they get knocked down one too many times, and they have no loot to work with in that late game.
And I think this is the secret for Pharaoh, because look at the way they're performing. The secret for Pharaoh is they should just not be sponsored, right? That's the best way. That's the best way to get these boys playing like freaking champions out there. Because look at their performance. This is a man that is hungry, all right? Not well fed, and they are on the prowl, and it's just bringing the best out of them. 90 points right now. This is the version of Pharaoh that we have not seen in a long, long time. Riptide Rhythm, breaking down the defenses, and a base not going to be picked up, but instead bought back.
And we're probably going to lose Jits here as well. So 2 more players
kill.
gone for RRQ. And I'm sorry, AJ. I mean, I love RRQ too. I'm sorry, RRQ, but just if things keep going like this, if you keep getting picked, they're just not going to survive that late game. Especially with Pharaoh sitting on 5 eliminations themselves as well. GAW going to be under fire as well. P Esports, but Nero, he will get punished thanks to Demon. So GAW is still in this game as well, but man, RRQ are struggling. They are limping through this game.
Yep, and although RRQ's not very big on the pick-me energy, teams just keep finding them and picking on them. It's a tad bit unfortunate. Just one of those times where you just wish people would just leave you alone. But it looks like luck is just not on their side.
This is what we're talking about, the Lucky Charm meta. No one's writing Lucky Charms. That's what happens. Okay.
Falcons, though, what a shot! Limit,
kill.
deadly, BSK, the AC-80 combo, looking for Pina. And Pina just sneaks away instead and shuts down Nameless, who rushed on forth, looking for the elimination. Will get punished, and what a play by Pina! This guy, this
Double
kid is just
kill.
unbelievable. Looking for Exposy as well. Can he get the triple? Oh, yes, he can!
Oh my gosh.
And he just annihilated Virtus Pro all on his own.
VP out of the running. 9 points on Falcons. 9 points. Falcons slowly climbing up that leaderboard. 75 points now. Still in 4th place, and they're still behind. Pharaoh, RRQ, and WAG. But look, this was the Falcons I was wondering about at the beginning of today, where they had those first 2 games, all elimination points. Can they make the comeback happen through elimination points? And we said before, you gotta score 30, 35 points. If they can do it, and if Pharaohs can get eliminated now, this is the ideal situation for you to maybe swipe away that 1st place. But the question is, are Pharaoh going to be silly enough to lose their position here?
Pina just proving that you don't need a full-on defensive meta. He's literally rocking the Olivia, but he's got the Ford and Joseph. The Ford just to give him that extra bit of life, Joseph to negate any bit of debuffs, and the man is just rocking it with that out there, right? It's just insane. I don't understand how Pina is doing this. This is just pure gun skills, capability, mechanical performance from Pina that's just, my lord, so beautiful to watch. But AGAL doing a number onto GOW as well as we speak. Out in 9th spot for the Vietnamese squad, but now Falcons looking to play 3rd party, getting involved in this fight. A tad bit late though, because the players on the side of AGAL are not too low on HP. So this is a fair on 4v2 fight at this point of time that AGAL should be taking advantage of. And Pharaoh are just lying in wait, watching all of this breakdown.
This could be huge. Falcons still hunting for those elimination points. So far, they will be able to get a Chinoy on the ground. They have Cypher to pick up as well. I don't know if this is the last player because we did see somebody fly away. But Cypher, all on his own, being hunted by the Falcons. And they're just about to get him. That should be that final pick there.
My God.
And it looks like they will still have 1 more player. So Falcons, they did not eliminate the full roster, but they're up to 13 eliminations.
And Falcons are so close to qualifying now. The only condition here is Pharaoh needs to be eliminated right after this in order for them to stand a little bit of a better chance. Buriram looking for Bigatron. The solid nade from Jonah was able to pull 1 player out of the equation. Kyong gets knocked down by that A124. And the finisher here, Dix up against Wasana. In and out. And Wasana finally shows up with a strong game. 3 eliminations to his side. The last one with the Trogon, and Bigatron's out in 7th.
Down to our top 6 teams here. AJ and Pharaoh still sticking around. Someone's got to get rid of this now. Otherwise, we will be reaching over. but also on their heels
Yeah.
as well, assuming they can also get
Uh-oh.
elimination points. But up until this point, I've been for this team.
Yeah, I think this is a opportunity for the team of RRQ to just slowly sneak into that final circle. I do understand the concern, Danny, but this is where RRQ is the most dangerous. And WAG just got nerfed a tad bit there by PE Sports. Nero taking out Xbor, forced on a revive. Now Xbor only has the P90. You don't know if or not he can get his hands onto his sniper once again. He had the AWM earlier on. Now picks up a Scar. And this is going to be a huge nerf for the sniper on the side of WAG. That's definitely going to put them on the back foot for the Booyah. 86 points versus 94. Pharaoh still 4 players strong. And it looks like nobody's able to deny them off this Booyah. These guys are in a very good spot for this next circle as well, as RRQ slowly approaches in shooting range of Team Pharaoh.
RRQ need to do
Don't know what
something
they
now.
can do.
Yeah. RRQ have got to do something here, AJ. They're still sitting on 0 eliminations. And if they just sit like this, I think they're just going to let WAG or Pharaoh run away with the match.
Yeah, I mean, even Falcons could literally run away with this at this point of time. But the position they hold on to is a crucial one. But it's all... Oh, hold a little bit of a pressure here. What a beautiful time turn pulled out, but they don't really use the time turner at all. Everybody stepping out of it, and the timing from Jonah, this could not be better. That nade hit like a truck. And PE Sports is out of the way. We are now left with our top 5 teams. And once again, Buriram could just be the one that plays a spoiler. And the question is, which team do they wreck? The next one that could just land in their lap would be Pharaoh, but it's WAG opening fire against Team Buriram, who have 10 eliminations already in the pocket. Obviously, Buriram's not going to qualify in the #1 spot by the end of this game. But they could ruin the chances for one of these 4 teams. Any one of these 4 teams. RRQ,
no!
Pharaoh, Falcons, WAG could qualify to the grand finals from this final game.
That AJ, it's right on top of her.
Yeah.
Is this the sign? Is this Lady Luck shining her light down on Pharaoh to take
Yes.
this entire set?
They are probably going to get sponsored with this maneuver, but I'm concerned. I don't know. I don't know what kind of luck. Every time something good happens, this team dips in performance, and every time they have to revert back to their raw form. They are so deadly out there. Look at this. Pharaoh's just... I mean, probably they just need to run on their own and then win the biggest prize pool of them all and not share it with any organization. Maybe that's what Lady Luck wants for Pharaoh.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to have job insecurity.
Oh, goodness me. Things could not get any more tense than this. WAG on the slow approach. Falcons finding one. Jonah, oh my. WAG really being nerfed by Buriram. It looks like the party that's being spoiled here. There's the party of WAG. Falcons hopping on in as well. WAG's out. WAG will not qualify to the grand finals early.
Oh. Still a tense
just
moment
groaning.
here, AJ. Teams
Tell
are...
me.
They're groaning. They're trying to find their safe space, and they're hoping that the next circle movement is going to go where they need it to go. I want to hear your thoughts, AJ. What direction would be the worst direction for everybody in this game?
Well, the direction towards Buriram. If the circle moves towards Buriram, it's just going to be game over for Pharaoh. But they've already buffered themselves enough with those eliminations. They just need to hang in there at this point of time. But the problem is Falcons and RRQ right behind them. Falcons obviously looking for every single point out there. They find one. Pina strikes yet again. Shutting down Abe. Riptide Rhythm. And Ma'al cannot recover in time. And look at all of those ice grenades stacking up one after the other. Kororo will find the elimination onto 18 Deer. Ma'al still alive. And he picks himself right back up. And Pina gets the final nade in the coffin, shutting down and kicking out RRQ. And out of nowhere, Pharaoh tried to take advantage, but Falcons holding their ground. Unbelievable.
Falcons holding their ground. Pina going to be hitting the ground as well. Buriram coming into play as well.
What?
Oh, but the Falcons have fallen. The Falcons
GG.
have fallen.
And Pharaoh will be your very first team to qualify to the grand final, since it's just them and Buriram. And Buriram waiting for the final game to make their comeback. But obviously it's too late and they could not ruin the party for Pharaoh, but at least they ruined the party for WAG. Cougar circling around, has got the grenade launcher in hand. Get high, try to tag those players up as they try to circle around towards the left-hand side. Riptide Rhythm. And Cougar takes Jonah out prematurely and Wasana down on the ground as well. Pharaoh is about to end this on a phenomenal booyah at the expense of Buriram.
And for Pharaoh, I think this is the best way to end the entire
Oh,
tournament.
yeah.
Assuming they're able to grab everything. They still got to deal with a couple of players here on the side of Buriram, but it's just Get High, it's just Moshi. Can they finish them off, or is Buriram just going to get the last laugh and say, you don't get another booyah, folks. This is going to be ours this time. And Moshi saw Rip and Rhythm go through. Catch out Zenshi, thanks to Moshi. Oh boy, it's 2v2 now.
Moshi!
Cougar is still up, but he gets caught. Cougar's been caught by Moshi. But Get High's caught as well. Now it's down to a 1v1. Oh, it's 2v1 now.
GG.
There we go. Moshi is down. GG. Pharaoh secure their way to the grand finals. Wow, after two horrible games. Two horrible games to start the day. They turn it around.
Unbelievable play by Pharaoh. The X-Core Memory Esports. Now Team Pharaoh doing so well. Unbelievably well. And they are the first team to qualify for the grand finals of FFWS SEA 2025 fall. Unbelievable for sure. And this was a miracle run. Like you said, they crashed out in the first two games, got a back-to-back booyah, survived in game number 5, and just wrecked the house in the final game here at Solara.
And now they can not necessarily relax, but they can now focus on not qualifying, but focusing on their opponents for that grand final. Studying, watching the matches, obviously working with their coach if they actually have one as well, to figure out what's going to be the ultimate game plan when it does come to that grand final weekend. But Pharaoh, look, none of us predicted Pharaoh to make it through, so obviously our predictions were wrong. But look, I think this is a team we have to look at now. Coming into grand finals, they play phenomenally against a stacked lineup of teams as well.
I mean, it's insane. They were definitely the underdogs here in this lobby. Not the underdog of underdogs, but definitely not the favorites to be the first team to qualify to the grand finals. And I don't know if that's a good thing. Okay, we've had first team qualifying to the grand finals being a curse in the past. It has never done a lot of these teams well, so let's see if or not it'll fare well for Pharaohs this time around. And I feel like Pharaoh needs more time out there in these gunfights. You know, we kind of talked about this at the start of the day. Is it going to be a blessing if a team qualifies early? Yes, if they are absolutely mechanically skilled. Pharaohs have not been that sharp in the group stage thus far, but surprisingly enough, they were very, very aggressive today. A total of 62 eliminations. Still not the highest. Falcons actually beat them with a total of 66 eliminations by the end of the day, but they were so consistent with their positioning in those final circles, and that was unbelievably good. So well-deserved game. And this is the best day for Pharaoh so far. They have never scored 108 points before. In fact, they actually break the record for the team of the day as far as the highest score is concerned, because prior to this, it was actually held by Falcons, a total of 107 points. They just broke the record.
They broke the record, they crushed the competition, they made it to the grand finals. I think today's the day to celebrate. You know, someone is going to have a dinner. Someone is going to be. I mean, I guess you can't really be promoted if you're not under a team, right? You just promote yourself. But honestly, congratulations to Pharaoh, right? Like they were technically considered an underdog. I do think there's like two sides to the coin, right? The disadvantage of not playing further now is that they will not be able to get more in-game practice in a competitive setting. They will have scrims, but it's not like playing these games is much different than scrims. You have a lot to lose in these matchups compared to scrims. The other end of the coin that I feel might work in their favor is that they might be enough of an unknown that because they are not going to play more games, there's a lot more teams are not going to know about for Pharaoh, and maybe they have the element of surprise coming into the grand finals. So this is just a theory. I kind of feel like there is like obviously pros and cons, but I feel like there's more pros for Pharaoh than there is cons, because like they've proven that they are a great team mechanically. They are very, very skilled in decision making as well. They're not a team where they came by through luck. They definitely earned their win today through skill, and just now how they kind of approach the grand finals moving forward, that's what I'm interested in seeing. Like, are we going to see this kind of Pharaoh on grand finals weekend, or are they just going to go back to phase one Pharaoh? I don't know.
Let's just put it this way. If this was the grand finals, Pharaoh is currently your champions of FFWS SEA 2025 4. Because they broke through the 80-point mark, and then they ended Game 6 with a booyah. And obviously, they were no strangers to booyah today. It is a unbelievable run. A triple booyah day for Pharaoh. Their best day in the competition. And what better day to get such a run than to qualify as the first team into the grand finals for the fall season here in 2025. So great plays overall. Yes, they could just be the ones that are successfully able to hide whatever strats they have out there. They can obviously have all the time in the next couple of weeks to analyze the plays and the maneuvering of all of these other big squads. So yeah, I mean, good on Pharaoh. Unsuspecting victors for sure. Nobody saw this one coming, but very happy to see it either way.
So if you were hoping to see some more Pharaoh moving forward, unfortunately not. They will not be playing any more in the tournament, but obviously everyone else will, because we've still got games happening tomorrow. So obviously, folks, don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere this weekend, because we still have plenty more free fire for you at home as well. I do believe we are waiting for an interview. So I am keen to see, assuming we get Pharaoh, I definitely want to hear their thoughts on how they really did today, because we don't really get to hear a lot from them in interviews as well. So I hope they end up being the team that gets interviewed for us, because I think this is a team with plenty of unknowns, and we, not just the casters, but I'm pretty sure you as viewers, you definitely want to get to know more about this up-and-coming team that might end up being another Royale within the region.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt at all. I think this is just one of those teams that are going to be able to blow away the competition here by the time we get to the grand finals. And obviously, you know, when you look at Team Pharaoh, you see all of these very capable players on their squad, right? They have been struggling for a long, long time now. And, you know, Cougar has been struggling for a while as well. But this is their time to shine. And when they climb up to the top, I think they are going to be able to really ruin the party for quite a number of teams, just like they have done today. They're on standby for the interview. It's the final interview of the day. And obviously, we'll catch up with you guys for a little bit before we wrap the day up. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys in a bit.
Alright, Survivor, and this is Booyah from Team Pharaoh. Congratulations for them, and สวัสดีค่ะ สวัสดีค่ะ Such a beautiful and such a great performance from them. Alright, let's go to the first question. So the first question, how do you feel to get the how do you feel that you are the first one who get into the grand final? Because last time on the spring, you are the last team that got into the grand final. But here, right now, you are the first team to get in. How do you feel? รู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะกับการที่เราได้เข้าไปทีมแรกเลย เพราะว่าตอนสปริงเนี่ยเราเข้าเป็นทีมสุดท้าย แต่วันนี้เนี่ยเราเข้าเป็นทีมแรก
ก็รู้สึกดีใจครับปลดล็อกด้วยครับ
So he is really happy to be the first team that get into the grand final, and it's like something like unlock to their team go to the second question. We have to ask about that because the last map is such a tense moment from PR and Buriram with the Esports because that time you have to face like 2-on-2 situation and I want to know that how you communication when that time อยากรู้ว่าตอนเกมสุดท้ายเนี่ยเราคุยกันยังไงบ้างเพราะตอนนั้นน่ะมันเหลือแค่2แบบ2เท่ากับบุรีรัมย์แล้วแบบสถานการณ์มันกดดันมากๆตอนนั้นเราทำยังไงบ้างคะ
ก็เพื่อนสั่งยัดก็ยัดอ่ะผมไปจำก็ยัดอย่างเดียวครับเป้าหมายมีไว้พุ่งชน
Okay, such a confident from them. So that time it's just Kuga and Jam that the two that that left in the game. They met with the Buriram with the Esports and they just we have to fight right now. If we don't fight, we're not gonna win. And then they just like, okay, let's go. Let's just shut them down. And yeah, they got the booyah. And the target will be down. All right, let's go to the next question for Jam. So let's see. Do you have the team that you wanna say something to them? มีทีมไหนที่อยากจะบอกเป็นพิเศษไหมแต่วันนี้เราแบบว่าเราเข้าไปทีมแรกแหละ
ไม่มีครับ
ไม่มีเลยเหรอ
ไม่
มีเลยรู้สึกว่าแบบทุกทีมแบบมีทีมไหนที่แบบรู้สึกว่าเจาะจงเป็นพิเศษไหมว่าแบบน่าจับตามองแล้วเราอยากเจอ
น่าจะมีแต่แบบผู้คนนะครับ
ผู้คนเจาะจงผู้คนใคร
AG ดิวครับ
AG ดิวอยากเจอทำไมคะ
มันชอบล้อผมครับ
Okay, so Jam say that he don't have any specific team that he want to play against, but if it's gonna be player, he say that he want to play against Dew from AG because Dew's always joking around with him, so he want to shoot him down. All right, so the last question. Do you have anything to say to your fans? มีอะไรอยากจะบอกแฟนๆไหมคะ
ก็ขอบคุณนะครับที่เชียร์พวกผมมาโดยตลอดพวกผมทำได้แล้วครับเข้ารอบชิงแล้วครับฝากมาเชียร์ต่อที่3ย่านมิตรทาวน์ด้วยครับ
Okay, so thank you for fans that supporting us, keep supporting, and thank you so much. So now we can do it. We go to the grand final and just see you in the Samyang Midtown for the final in the BR. All right. Thank you so much for watching our interview section, and this is the end. So we're gonna go back to the caster, and we'll be back.
Amazing stuff from the ex-core memory squad, currently known as Pharaoh. And yes, Morphin is absolutely right. Alongside Onyx and EVOS, they were the last team to qualify for the finals on our spring season. Unfortunately, they didn't really fare all that too well in the grand finals because obviously everybody's just looking to become champion, and Onyx rocked the world when we had our grand finals back then. So perhaps this time around they could just be the first team to qualify and the team to just wrap things up instantly on the grand finals. I don't know, we'll just have to wait and see, but it's gonna take a while to get there. We have got 5 more days of this phase where we get to see teams qualify one by one to the grand finals, and then a week, which is week 6, where the final 6 teams will join them as well for the grand finals.
Yeah, so expectations are, I don't think expectations are high for FAT. Like, even though they looked really great here, I think people are still trying to gauge where this team really stands in the Free Fire Esports scene. Because if you didn't do well during the last season, and obviously you have a really great play day today, maybe some of these top teams are thinking, okay, this team, maybe they got through by luck, maybe they got through by being at the right place at the right time. For all we know, maybe the teams playing today as well, our top teams, maybe they didn't play their optimal strats. Maybe they were testing things, you know, maybe you were right with what you said at the beginning of the play day today, where teams are not aiming to get first place on that first match because they want to play a few more before they try to play for that qualifying round. Which, risky, but these are top teams for a reason. They're pretty consistent and they should be able to make it through on the day that they decide that they want to aim for first place. So, still a lot more time to go for our top dogs. But for Pharaoh, I hope these guys do the homework of their life, because if they can keep this up and bring this into the grand final weekend, we've got a new team that's ready to challenge the world.
No doubt at all. Jump the MVP. 7 eliminations, 8 knockdowns, 3,581 on the damage. Rocking the Oscar, had the Olivia there as well. I believe Joseph as well. We'll get to see his passive skills in a little bit, but overall, amazing game for Pharaoh. And of course, Cougar did throw in quite a bit of assists for the rest of his team members. A row of 6 on his side. Dawn with the 6 assists as well. You know, crazy bits of damage coming in through from these two players as well, Danny.
Yeah. Look, they worked in that last game. These boys worked for those eliminations. They worked for that booyah. This win was not luck. You know, as much as some people, and maybe in some cases, like they did have a lot of luck in some of their previous matches, they worked and they deserved what they got in all of their games for today. So moving forward, there's the goal here for Pharaoh. Keep it up. Keep this up. If you can learn to consistently play like this, you are a team that everyone is going to have to start looking at. You will not be an underdog anymore. You are going to be classified as one of the best in the entire scene. So very quickly, game standings. Yeah, Pharaoh didn't get first place because Falcons got it because of the eliminations, but who cares? They got more points at the end of the entire day compared to Falcons.
Touché. Who cares? Nobody. No, I mean, you know, Falcons, they did fairly well to play catch-up, but today was a very poor day when it comes to placement points. They were one of the worst teams. They were definitely bottom 6 as far as placement points are concerned, but the most lethal team. 66 eliminations in total for Falcons, as you can see right in front of you. Placement points, they only managed to scrape away 24, and as you can see, you know, even Bigatron by Vitality managed to scrape away 25 points. You know, they were bottom 5 for sure when it comes to the placements. So this is something Falcons definitely needs to look into. If only they could find the final circle more often, getting the qualifier would have been a no-brainer for sure. They would be in the #1 spot. And this obviously puts Falcons as one of the bigger threats to find the qualifier early in the next 5 days of potential plays that we've got here.
Well, essentially, they are, just based off of these stats, right, the biggest threat tomorrow. So if I were Falcons, fix up the placement points. How to get... Well, the thing is, like, is it even worth fixing their play style, right? Like, ultimately, if they are going to win based on eliminations, I think you even keep going in this trajectory. Just say, okay, we don't care about placements. Everyone else can have placements. We've got your head.
And today,
that is a strat.
Although Jump was phenomenal, I have to say Pina was definitely the standout player that has managed to grab all of our attention. Probably also because we couldn't really see a lot of the eliminations from Jump. We weren't really watching him, but he's got the most out of all of these 5 highlighted players. But Falcons finding the highlight for 3 other players, and no surprises there at all. Walking away with 66 eliminations. It's bound to happen. Zenzi getting a little bit of a highlight for himself. But of course, the team that scores the 250 extra US dollars in their pocket is Team Pharaoh. Not only are they the team of the day, they are your first team in the grand finals.
What a wonderful way to start the entire tournament for Pharaoh. They must be thinking, okay, coming into the entire set, they're probably thinking, there's no way we qualify on the first day. Okay, we'll just play our best on day 1 and see how we go. Oh, wait, guys, we accidentally qualified. I do think there's probably just sort of this thought into them. They probably thought they were just going to play and they had nothing to lose.
Yeah,
And sometimes you just gotta have to go with the flow. If you're doing great, just keep.
And that's the way to play. Play like, you know, you've got nothing to lose whatsoever. Go all out because there's really nothing to lose. And obviously Pharaoh has proven that that strat is the best strat out there. They did kind of play it slow in that one round and they instantly regretted it. And we could see the shift that came through in their game style. They went aggressive once again, looking for that circle for sure, but also not shying away from these engagements. And by the end of the day, they were the second best team as far as the eliminations are concerned, but way more consistent than Team Falcons for the placements, which obviously earned them that #1 spot overall. So yeah, great play from Team Pharaoh, but Falcons, WAG, RRQ still going to be a huge threat for the other teams to find the early qualifier tomorrow, especially with RRQ scoring 2 booyahs today. Man, they gave the Indonesian side a huge hope for sure. They started off the day really well.
Yeah, I thought they were just, going to pull off the possibility of just qualifying first again. This is not the first tournament where they've been the first team to qualify for grand finals, so I thought it was going to be the same case, but I don't know what happened, honestly. Like, they looked great for the first 2 games. One game they got caught out, totally get it, but after that, they just, kind of just fell apart.
Yeah, so we remember that little bit of a challenge that we had at the start of the day. I think we gotta honor the
Wait. Oh no! I just saw in the Discord who got chosen.
Yeah, someone's going to do the boogie. All right, so I don't know. I feel bad for the guy. But props to WAG. They're the team that had the most number of placement points today. That shows the consistency, the tenacity. WAG definitely is playing this right. And they got 51 placement points, by the way, which is amazing compared to what Falcons pulled away, which is just 24. I mean, WH has definitely got something right, but they do need to look into their engagements. Their elimination points are not as high, which is surprising because they're definitely one of the key teams that can perform very well out there. I mean, you've got Tikui. Tikui is just lighting everybody else out down the battlefield.
I think another talking point for WAG is that they're assuming this is their play style, where they can grab eliminations and points, but most importantly, securing Booyah in later rounds. This is something you want to have for Grand Final weekend, right? Champions Rush. You kind of don't want to be the
like
team
what Pharaoh did?
But kind of, I guess. But basically, the team that grabs Booyahs early and then you can never Booyah after that. You don't want to be that kind of team. But apparently it's time for the challenge. Let's go.
Hello again, survivors, and welcome to the daily challenge. And the team that got it is Team Falcon. สวัสดีค่ะ สวัสดีค่ะ So they are the one who get a lot of elimination. So how do you feel that you got this daily challenge? รู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะที่ได้ชนะใน daily challenge นี้
ไม่ค่อยดีใจเท่าไหร่ครับ อยากได้ที่ 1 มากกว่า
So it's not kind of I'm not that happy because I want to be a number 1 for today. So good luck for them. โชคดีในแมตช์ต่อไปนะคะ Okay. Alright, let's go to the special. What team that you want to punish them for today? ทีมไหนที่เราอยากจะลงโทษ
Tell me which team you want to punish Falcons. Come on.
Esports ครับ
Why ทำไม
เพราะว่าแค่ตะคอรอบหน้าได้เจอพีครับก็เลยอยากให้บทเรียนก่อนถือว่าบทเรียนแล้วกัน
Alright. So the team that got punishment is PE Sport. Because next time Team Falcon have to face with them in the class squad. So this is your lesson. So let's not wait anymore. Let's head to the PE Sport for the punishment.
Oh no. PE.
Oh no!
Hello, Martin. Okay, so basically we lost the challenge to you guys. I think this is a hidden mission, because we didn't know this. Like me and LBT, we didn't know that, so we were very surprised. And yes, we accept our losing here, that we have to wear a band here to show us that we are a loser. Xin chào các bạn khán giả, đây có vẻ như là một cái nhiệm vụ ẩn mà ngay cả mình và cả LBT cũng không biết. Thì
how does someone have a banner that says loser on her head and still look cute, man?
Chiến thắng và đội tuyển đó có quyền lựa chọn một trong 11 đội tuyển còn lại là đội tuyển thua. Và tất nhiên là Team Falcon đã lựa chọn
everyone in the chat right now wants a hairband like that just because.
Không biết là vì tại sao. So I heard
just
that
because you've got her wearing
I
it.
can see that from Limit. He said that alright, so
life's
we choose
unfair. Life's unfair when
because
you're
we're
cute.
going to meet them at the class court mode, so that's why we want to punish you guys and give this as a lesson. Lý do tại sao mà Limit lại muốn chọn PE Esports đó là bởi vì họ sẽ đối mặt với PE Esports ở chế độ tự chiến và đây sẽ là bài học dành cho các bạn. Nghe đó có vô lý không?
In a heartbeat. He's like, you don't even need to say it,
right? You guys kind of nonsense. So how do you feel, LBT? Bạn cảm thấy như thế nào vậy ạ?
What is
So he feel like Team Falcons is a very strong team, and like definitely they are over edge us, so we don't really surprise at all. So we kind of accept this lose, but we will come back for you guys later. Well, so I think this is the end of our conversations. Mình nghĩ đây là kết thúc cuộc trò chuyện của tụi mình rồi và mời mọi người quay trở lại với bạn caster thôi nào. Let's head back to the casters.
Dance. Where's the dance? Dance? I was promised the dance.
I was promised a dance too.
Hello?
But honestly,
We've
what
been
the hell's a
scammed.
Jaguar dance?
Yeah, I was gonna ask what was a Jaguar dance.
I don't know. So okay, they got off easy on that a little bit because But even if they did do the Jaguar dance, we would have had questions like how do you know that's the Jaguar dance? So
Yeah, I was probably gonna say the same thing. What? Okay, never mind. It's fine. I'm worried if we ask about this, production's gonna ask us to do the dance. So moving on.
maybe no.
Moving on. I said moving on, AJ. Moving on.
let's just move on. But what a phenomenal day, Pharaoh. I mean, change the logo. They kept the same team members. They obviously brought the fire, and that's all that it took to go out there and dominate. So unsuspecting for sure. Truly the breakout team. I mean, they're definitely not the underdog because they performed very well in the group stage this time around. But nobody would have thought that they would be the first team to find the qualifier. So I can't wait to see what they do in the grand finals, because if they, once again, did pull off the exact same performance in the grand finals, they would be your fall season champions right there and then itself, because of the way they did it, right? Hitting those 80 points by the time they reached the 5 games, and then a sweet booyah on the final game to call a quick finisher. They did a fantastic job today, but that's what I'm worried about, Did they do it too early?
Yeah, I think Pharaoh fans, they're happy, but they're also a little bit concerned too, because now the cover has been used, revealed, exposed.
Yeah.
If anything, I'm cheering for Pharaoh. I'd love to see them actually win the grand final. It would be a huge statement for the team, financial stability, hopefully, because somebody will adopt them.
There's $100,000 US. You don't need anyone to adopt you if you get $100,000 US. All right. I think they should just keep it. All right. Don't look for no sponsors. Just run with it, because these boys are hungry and they are out there to chomp away at the heads of the rest of the teams. And this is the kind of team we want to see. All right. I think they should just stay this way, and there's a good chance of walking away with $100K USD by the end of the day. Who needs the extra assistance, man? These boys don't need it.
Well, it depends on what they want. So, there are benefits to being part of an organization, but we'll leave it up to the boys if they would like to be adopted. But I do believe that's going to be it for the broadcast, folks. Thank you so much for joining us for day 1 here. We still have day 2 happening tomorrow, so come back same time, same place. We have way more free fire for you folks at home, and also we need to find out who's going to be the next one to qualify. But until then, have an amazing night and see you tomorrow, survivors.